Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Today we will start a new challenge run. Something to get us excited and challenge our brains a bit. What are we going to do? Well, let me select a map. I think we're going to go just for Eastern European medium hills, because I really like that map layout. And we didn't really explore it much. So, default settings on realism mode, with the year of date on 1960, and vehicle availability locked according to year, and they do not become unavailable. Also cuts down the amount of messages in half. So what are we going to do? Well, we are going to challenge ourselves by not being allowed to build any distribution offices. And what do I mean by that? The game comes with distribution offices that handle resource distribution for road vehicles and rail, and we are not allowed to research these and build them. The only one we are allowed to build is the free distribution office, because it is, you start with free gas stations and it would be a bit of a nightmare to get things started. But maybe I can also skip those, we'll see. It basically means that we will have to make dedicated routes for everything. And that is the main part of this challenge. The other part is low tech again. Low tech in this case means we are only allowed one research per settlement, or let's say every 2,500 people, maybe. 1,000 is probably too low. Otherwise I could just build a very large town and not expand across the map at all. So one research every settlement, or 1,500 people. Settlement being a name tag with some houses and people living there, basically. Doesn't necessarily have to have everything, but it needs to have houses. Which in theory could mean that you could place down a bus stop, one house, and count that as a settlement, as long as people can survive in there. But that's fine. So these are our only two challenges, I think, this time. Low tech, reducing our research capacity, and no distribution offices. For the low tech to mention is also that researches that do not unlock anything, basically the initial researches, do not count as a research. Like this one doesn't unlock anything. These ones, however, do unlock things. So if we do get a research available, only then can we say, okay, I want, let's say, prefab panel construction, and then I can research this one. It didn't reduce my researches, and then I can immediately research that one after. But I can't research all the free researches first, basically those that didn't unlock anything. And yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I am wondering if I should start on the western border and try to make a republic based on US currency. Maybe I can start in this border corner. It would allow me access to... Oh, there's another customs house here that doesn't even show that well. I thought this one was the closest. This is a really good location. This one allows us a western start with assistance from the eastern border. That is very good. And I think we're going to start with a logging industry, which we know we can run with foreign workers and make a profit. And then from that slowly start building out our nation. I also want to test this because last time I started building settlements at the western border, the coal price shot up quite rapidly. And And I want to know if this is a thing that can happen here again. But yeah, we will have to take this into account for building things. Like, no distribution office means that the 2 parking spaces on a shopping center, for example, could cause issues. I don't know if at some point I run into a situation where no distribution offices makes it really difficult to unplayable, but I think this is gonna be fine. Okay, this border post is right in the middle of a hill. Very hilly area. I guess we can go over to this side here. We will need a lot of eastern vehicles anyway, so we might just start building from this customs house, then get a rail connection going early on. So make our first settlement about some basic university education with a rail construction office. And I would really like to research the automatic tree replanting so we can get that one out of the way. So we'll make a logging area. That should be fairly easy. We can center that around a sawmill. Also, the other thing I wanted to do is this time I wanted to flatten things so they look a little bit more planned. So we will get a bunch of bulldozers to start out with. I'm not sure if I will restrict myself on what industries I build. Oil refinery, steel mill might be okay this time, but we'll see. Alright, so first up, we're just gonna make something really easy here. And start out with 4 bulldozers. And we'll flatten the area over here and put a logging area in this place, with the future potential of hooking this up to the rail line to the west. I think this is a nice area. I didn't realize there was a customs house that close. There's no eastern one on this side. Yeah, this will work fine. Okay. Elevation wise, we're going to just flatten from center, and we're just going to drop it about this height. So let's make this as large as possible. I don't need a lot of flat area, but since this is a forestry area, we're just going to flatten the whole lot. At least like so much so that we don't have any issues with hooking things up in the future. And I will build it in a way where I do plan a rail connection, which only means that we need 1 rail connection on it basically. Excuse me, could you please speak more Russian to be more immersive? No, I cannot. Hello, Arsteffen. Welcome. Now you get to criticize my republic if you want. Sorry about what I said last time where I said I'm teaching you workers and resources. I meant that as a joke. You sounded a little bit distraught when I said that. We are playing on realism mode, so things will be a little bit slower. Well, that should be fine. We will build it... How am I going to build this? Don't worry, you were now so damn useful. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am trying to be, because I really like the game. Alright, it says there's no factory connection allowed, and he is right. Sometimes they say that, but it does actually work. Like this should work, I think. Maybe not. Anyway, let's just free place. And then we'll hook up 2 more logging camps here. Actually, 3 more logging camps in total. But we will use an open storage to do so. And this will also be where the rail connection will come in. Okay, for this rail connection we'll have to make sure that we don't block it. I really appreciate your help. I guess no one in the workers' resource community denies help, and even if you 1,000 hours you can still learn some things. Oh, I'm learning so many things. I've started to resorting to challenges to force me to learn things. Like right now I'm going to go with no distribution offices. So I'm not going to research or build any of these, except maybe the free ones. Because the gas stations in the beginning do not really have their own parking space, so that could be problematic, but I guess maybe we can do without and build a gas station fairly early. Okay, so rail connection is possible, but we will have to raise the terrain to make that look neat, I think. And what else do we need? We need a bus stop. We'll have to get workers over to the sawmill side. I guess I could flip the sawmill around too. I have the road connection on this side instead. So we can supply everything with a bus stop on that side. Sometimes you need help finding the issues in your republic. For example, yesterday, the problem with the environmental issues and the problem with the garbage. Sometimes you just need more than 2 eyes. Yes. Also, the garbage doesn't really give you warnings. The waste spills over and then it's in yellow again and it doesn't look like there's any issues. So the system could use a little bit more help, but I guess it's... Once you know it, it's fine, and I assume they will make a tutorial for it at some point to make it a little bit more clear. The current tutorial does not do that well. Oh, I saw in your stream, I didn't want to explain it, but you were dragging a corner at some point and it made this weird thing where it makes a very long corner. And then you went ahead and did that. You can make a straight path by just holding the control key and then it alternates where it places the corners. And that's really useful. Also with control you can change the corner more finely. But yeah, there's so many things that I am waiting for you to get angry at before I explain them, because I could just spend a lot of time telling you about neat features that is a bit too much. Alright. There's our customs house. I've also recently started to like building roads that are not straight, that just have curves everywhere to make them look a little bit more realistic. I should flatten this area out again. Next time feel free to join my Discord if you want to. Could be easier to talk about such things. Would be happy if you visit my Discord later. I didn't see a Discord link on your Twitch page. I saw you had Twitter and YouTube, but I didn't see Discord linked there. Okay, let's get that disconnected. So, oh, looks like there is a road path here already. Let's see. We have another road connection over to this side. Don't worry, they're not getting angry. This game is about relaxing. When the first trains leave the distribution office and transfer materials by their own with no issues on the road, especially with the cursed signals, I will fix their Discord thing this evening. This game is not about relaxing. At least not to me. Well, I guess technically it is, you're right. But I like making it so difficult that it is not relaxing. It's just like always challenging. Because, for example, we will have to have fuel distribution in this area, and with no distribution offices we will basically have to have a truck supply fuel to all of these all the time. Since the logging camps only have one parking space, that could be a problem. Or I make a centralized fuel station and then just drive out and refuel there. Maybe that's better. Maybe if we are not going with distribution offices, maybe a centralized gas station is better. They have at least 2 parking spaces. I think 2 parking spaces is enough. Always find a solution. Well, if you knew about my Kazakhstan run, where I tried to make a republic based on personal transportation, that one did not really succeed, but it was a lot of fun. Personal cars are just very, very dangerous. Okay, so at some point I will have to build a town. It's not going to be in this area. It's probably going to be over here. We can flatten that quite nicely. That might get in the way of the rail network though. Alright. Still, I think personal cars are not really integrated in this game as they should be. Well, they don't want you to use a lot of them. They're specialized tools, and they work really great for that. But they're not meant to have them for every citizen. Otherwise, it would turn into a very different kind of game. But we tried. We tried to make it happen. Didn't work quite well. So here's the question: do I want to use a distribution office for the first gas station? I guess I'm going to try with no distribution offices at all, unless it really doesn't work. So in the beginning we will just have to probably micromanage our fuel a little bit and see if we can work it out. We'll put one here. Have a nice stream. Yeah, thank you. Have a nice stream too, if you stream later, and otherwise, enjoy your grill experience. Since we are going to use that for the logging area, I will use this one. Loading fuel, bringing it here, and then immediately going back to the depot. So we'll have to micromanage this a little bit until we get our first gas station built. I did not look at electricity, but I guess we'll have to get electricity from the west, which will be fine, since we're not going to spend any other resources. So no connection to the east in that case. Oh yeah, you should probably leave the stream before I start using a lot of underground cables. That is probably not what you want to see. Right. So over here, this is basically an end station kind of deal. The power line, how are we going to build the Republic over here? There is a lake on this side. This is a nice open area for a very large town, I think. To get there, we might have to use a mountain pass and then at some point build a tunnel. So yeah, we'll build our first settlement here and then plan on heading out through this area over here to build our first large settlement. Which will probably give us 2 researchers. But let's do something for money first. Alright. You can go ahead and do that one more time, but let's set up some free construction offices for now. I will also have to set up gas stations and the like. Not gas stations, a fire station and the like for the area. Okay, so our construction office for buses will be set to not auto-assign. We will get 1 bus and a bunch of road cranes. No assignment necessary for that one. And I guess I need a fire station in this area. We'll build this one, because it doesn't need a heat water tank, and there's no heating plant in this area anyway. Can you reach everyone? You can reach these logging camps, but not this one. Now you can reach everything. I'm just gonna leave that as dirt roads. I think that'll look nice. At some point we might upgrade it to gravel, but first it'll have to prove itself in making us some profit. Alright. So, let's start with basic resources for our construction. Assigning all the distribution. Oh, I guess we need to assign the workers at least. I guess we can assign everything, it's fine. Let's assign everything. Okay. So, some dump trucks. I think I'll use the very large ones, because we will have dirt roads and speed doesn't really matter that much right now. Concrete mixers will get 2. Covered hull truck will get 1. I'm just gonna not care about road speed right now and stay with a theme of like very small trucks, which is probably very bad, but it's fine. So 1 covered hull and open hull. I just want good capacity. Open hull is fine. We will need excavators. Let's start with only 3. Paver and roller we can skip this time, but yeah, road cranes we also have. Okay, that should work for us. Do we have a gravel source in this area? Yes, there's one over here, a very small one. And we also have the mountain range. I guess we could... If we built a settlement, they could also handle gravel production. Let's speed up the game. And you bring more fuel. We will have to build the first gas station, so we can automate this process. But that's for a little bit later. I will also start planting our trees in the area and go for an evergreen forest. So we will be able to have a bus route from the customs house to this area, supplying workers to all of these buildings. There will be lumber made in this area, and that will need to be shipped to the border, preferably the western border. So in this case, I guess I want to use all of the rubles and then just run an economy with US currency, if possible. Because then inflation would not make us suffer late game. Wonder if we could get a rail connection over the road, probably. But this is just a logging area. The road can go over the rail line can go over the road. We will set up this to have some sort of income, and then we'll build our town. And for the town, we will have to take a few things into consideration. One thing that I did not mention is I am just talking about no distribution offices. I do not mean no forklift garages. And also no technical services is also not true. Both of these can act like distribution offices in their own right. Forklift garages will probably be needed for when we build larger settlements. Because yes, I can supply the resources to... I guess I could supply them directly to the shopping centers with just a bunch of parking spaces, road cargo stations. That one would give me, I think, 4 parking lots. And since the shopping center has 4 resources, that would work quite well. Alright, get some more fuel. I could just let you run back and forth all the time, but I do want to do some micromanagement. Well, I don't know if the bulldozers have range towards this area. Also, is this like a road connection up here possible? Basically, I want to start with a road going over the mountain and then at some point just get a tunnel through it to get an easy connection. But yeah, I would like to flatten this area out first. So let's see if the bulldozers actually have range. Let's put it on this elevation. Maybe I need even more bulldozers because I'm going to flatten this quite a bit. Maybe this is too high. More bulldozers? I think we will have to have more bulldozers. We'll try for double. Also that will get the bulldozers to refuel because they should be allowed to do that. Alright, you know what? You just keep running for now. We'll put you into depot once we realize the station is full. We also still have to set up electricity. We will get our wire from here and probably go here until we have our first switch. Then we just have a transformer area for industry. I guess we could have this all up here. But since our fire station at first is in this area, it might make sense to have it closer to this area. I don't know. Or we could just, for the time being, draw a medium voltage cable all the way over here, and yeah, let's do that. Let's hook it up easily, with no complications, just with a wire directly from the border. Water, sewage, we don't even need to handle the waste in this area. I can just spill into nature, that's fine. For this one I will use an above ground wire because I want it to be easily replaced at some point. Okay. All the way over there. So this is just a temporary thing. At some point we'll tear it down and hook it up to a transformer next to the town. But for the time being this will do nicely. We'll set up import, and as soon as we need it, import will happen. Oh, we need asphalt. Well, okay, the trucks are handling asphalt. I will get some more dump trucks. They will be useful, regardless. The large trucks are nice, especially later on, but more trucks is probably better right now. Looks like we spent $5 US on flattening something where I accidentally clicked when I had a building selected. Okay, let's keep on going, flattening this area. Hopefully it's not too bad with the amount of bulldozers we have now. This is going to be a lot of flattening. Let's try this elevation instead. Yeah, no, let's just keep going. We can make another height here. Basically having multiple steps in this area. But yeah, I would like to make this look a little bit more organized. Maybe I should just dig things down instead of flattening them. Maybe that works better. We could fast forward, but right now I don't see a reason to. I wonder if fast forward would speed this up, but I don't think so. I think this will give us enough room to build the first town, and then slowly grow it out as we get more equipment. So I don't have to flatten too much. And we'll increase that size at some point. But not right now. 200 workers should be plenty. This is going to be a road for in the future into a tunnel. But at the beginning we might just have a dirt path snake up this mountain going across. Or maybe we'll have to go around, we'll see. But this town is basically our construction workers, I assume. I want to get a town set up that acts as a workforce for us, so we don't have to spend money. I will try to not use grid snapping too much, for my own reasons. Let's remove some of this and place it down again. Okay. I will use grid snapping once I get to very large buildings, but I think in this case for a small town, village, we should be fine. We do have to pay close attention to our buildings. For example, the pub, I think only has one parking space, so if we have a vehicle wait until unloaded in this one, it would cause issues with like emergency services not being able to get in there, ambulances and police stations. Same for the grocery, but in this case I already have a plan because we can hook this up to a road cargo station, and that's what I'm going to do. I did think about this a little bit. I should probably place that a little bit more central with the bus stop. Like, not currently central, but in the future. So this is going to be the center of this area. Drop a new name tag here. Krasna. And then let's get to it. So a grocery store and a small shopping center. Well, a small store is probably what I want. And I should be able to supply them quite easily if I just place a road cargo station in between. Which will give us 4 parking spaces, which is exactly what we need. 1 for food, 1 for meat, 1 for clothing, and 1 for electronics. Should be able to deal with that. And yeah, I will try to not use grid snapping. Just, I want to see if I can make things look a little bit nicer. This road cargo station is going to be very large for the town, but maybe we can hook something else up to it. We'll see. So we only need the road connections for construction in this case, not for delivery. I also want to try and use more of the small waste storages. Usually I use the large ones quite a bit, but I will try to change that up this time. Well, that looks like a smiley. It's ET. I want to see if that works with the road cargo station. Or if we run into issues. The area will need a transformer. We probably can just have one power line from that transformer go all the way to the area of our logging camp. We also will need a switch. Power line coming from this side. And most of it will head this way, but we're just going to drop a large switch here, giving us options. we will select the correct type of switch, because a medium voltage one is not going to be the right one. An underground wire going. I really like these ones. Right. Okay. Put those in place. We will wait on the construction of these, because we will need a fire station in this area, and they should build the other things first. I guess, no, this is fine, because we will send our workers manually to all of the construction sites, so that's fine. I will assign our construction office with workers to the construction office assignment tool, which is this one. I have that all mapped to key bindings, so over here you can see on the number 1 key I selected this and moved this over here in the list on the 1 key, and then whenever I press the number 1 it brings that tool up, which is very handy. And then with the tab key you can cycle through the actions, and with the number keys you can cycle through your construction office combinations. I will name this one Free Construction Office Workers, so whenever I have it selected and it's assigned to a building, it's easier to see. And a lot of these construction tasks are basically ready to go. Let me prepare three microbuses, and otherwise we'll have to start building things in this area. We'll have to get the bus stop up so we can build the rest of the buildings on this side, but it should be fine. I guess I do need a paver and a roller, so we can automatically build the factory connections. Delivery of mechanisms only by a vehicle, please. Get another open haul truck. So this town will have the task of providing us a workforce for construction if possible. And when it doesn't do construction by road, the workers should go in the rail construction office. Maybe the rail construction office is too much, but with a small rail construction vehicle we should at least be able to get started in the beginning. Anyway, we have to build more things here. We will need water, sewage and electricity and heating. I think this town is small enough where a heating plant directly adjacent to itself should work. So we will just eat the pollution a little bit and have the heating right in the area. If we set up a large heating plant for the large town, then we can centralize heating and remove this heating plant at some point, but doing that right now would be too costly, I think. So this will keep our money a little bit closer. Let's see. The range is fairly good, but we basically want to be as far away as possible while still having access to, let's say, about here. The range is 500 meters in this way, only 400 this way. I think I'll just drop the heating plant over here and develop this as the commercial area, and then the residential buildings will be here. That should be fine. Thankfully this thing has enough parking spaces inside where I don't need to worry about any transportation routes, and we can just have trucks in here that are set to wait until unloaded. This will be heating. Let's see how far it goes. Quite far in this direction. This is based on the grid space, so it's going to be the same for the length and the height. So if we go here, it's all the way the same height, which is fine, I guess. We could have a gravel industry over here. Doesn't need a lot of workers either. Would make a little bit more pollution, but making our own gravel and lumber would take care of 2 of the construction materials already. I do want to make enough money to sustain myself, but build a lot of construction industry right away, just so we have more options and don't have to worry that much. And also this area doesn't really feel like I want to set up a farming in this place. Maybe we'll have farming around the lake over here, or next to the river on this side. Basically farming next to a water source. Okay, bus stop has been built, so we'll assign everything else. And we can already send our microbuses out because they can just walk onto construction sites and that'll be fine. Don't want any tourists or uneducated people because they are going to construction sites, and after that we can pick them up from the customs house, but hey, I always set it up that way. Foreign workers to the logging area with line spacing enabled. Once the fire station is set up, this area will become safe and should provide us with some income. It will be a little bit too large for what we want right now. I think we can just hold off on these buildings maybe. Cancel those 2. And then just have 2 logging camps directly connected to the sawmill. And the export trucks will have to be parked inside here. I would like Western vehicles for that, because I really like the look of the Western vehicles for logging. So we'll have to get a road connection through here. This all looks pretty similar, so we'll just snake up the mountain and get across, I guess. This is too close to our town. We'll just do it on this side. I think this looks fine here, as if there's supposed to be a road in this area. Alright. Our power line is in the way. So we'll just go up here and then snake down into our existing road infrastructure. So basically onto this plateau we will have to get the road. We might have to flatten this. It's a little bit steep. I do like leaving the terrain as close as possible to how it initially was, because it makes it look a little bit more realistic. But that's just me. Alright, and that will give us 2 logging trucks from the west. When they become available. We won't have them at the start. I think they become available 1964? 5? I don't remember. I guess we'll have to wait a little bit for them. So... felled tree capacity. They don't show up in that one. They are technically open hull. These ones, 1962, so they are available fairly early, but we'll have to wait for them a little bit. We can use some of our existing trucks until they're there. Should be fine. Gas station almost set up. Speaking of gas station, this one is full. This truck will handle the fuel supply to this gas station as soon as we have electricity, I guess. I guess I can set it up right now. And there should be a place for it to park until unloaded. With one parking space always being able for trucks to come in and refuel themselves. So we won't bring fuel to the logging camps. They will have to drive out to the gas station. But it should be fine. And as soon as we have electricity, then the fuel truck can actually unload. Where is it? Do you not wait until unloaded if there's no electricity? Because if you don't, then we'll just put you in the depot for now. Nope, you do wait. Okay. So that's how we're going to run our fuel supply of gas stations and trucks waiting to unload. Oh, it does unload. Never mind, even without electricity. I guess dropping the fuel down into the storage tank doesn't require electricity. But refueling probably does. So that's fine. The workers that we bring here by microbus go into all the different buildings, as they should. Everything is in walking access. And these ones will remain paused until we need more capacity. We'll have 20 to 80% storage, so we have a 1:4 ratio on our logs to our lumber, giving us some wood capacity that we can pick up for things if we need to, but mostly boards. We don't have very good logging vehicles available just yet. Also, we need to limit these to only one worker each, because the logging camps are way too efficient. This will need electricity. I don't think I need to give them drinking water. They're just efficient enough as is. I won't care about the waste from the buildings I will have to handle, but I won't give them drinking water. That should be fine. Until we run our own workers in the area, then maybe. We'll wait until we have electricity before we start getting the vehicles, I guess. Because then our gas station will be able to run. And yeah, then we'll have our own boards. In a quite high capacity even. This should be a lot of boards. This should be enough boards to supply our nation basically with all the boards that we need. And wood. Once we start making chemicals. We'll start with 2 extra open haul trucks for logging export. And we'll have to drive all the way around, but should be fine. Fire station slowly finishing up. Okay, the workers do not need to build this. And they do not need to go here, because they are still working on groundworks. So we have our shopping. I will give them a pub for happiness, even if it affects the health a little bit. We will need a culture building. I do like the gallery. I do like the museum because it requires very little steel, and it also gives them another thing besides culture that they can do. Like it satisfies the attraction type need. So it's a double whammy. Okay, I think I might have to build residential buildings with a grid, just to make them look a little bit more natural. I also kind of want to try building residential buildings much closer to each other. Trying the 1900 start made me realize that residential buildings very tightly put together look actually quite neat. Just build this football playground, I guess? No, we'll build a large one. This is the commercial area right next to the heating plant, so open sport facilities seem reasonable, right? We will need a clinic. All of these roads will have to be upgraded to gravel at some point. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do that. Usually I start building these roads right away. But I guess we can get all of the groundworks in place and then upgrade them later. Okay, so kindergarten. A school. No orphanage this time. We don't have to worry about population growth. There will be a small... I guess I want a technical university right away, but that's something for the large town, I think. We'll just build a small party HQ. I don't really have any research that I want to do in that one. But I would like to get the large monuments. I already have our first two researches basically planned out. I want the prefab panel factory, and I would like... so more housing variety with prefab panels, and I would like the large monuments to start out with. These are the things that I would like to research. And we need the prefabs for the monuments, so we can't research the monuments right away. Let's put that building over on this side, closer towards the heating plant area. No grid snapping even for the footpaths. Could be a problem, but we'll see. I'll try and make everything look a little bit more... Well, this is going to look somewhat open, I guess. But that should be fine. We'll hook these up so the groundworks can be built. Alright, so we'll finish all of the construction on this side after we have our logging camp set up. We do have electricity now, meaning that our gas station can run. That means our woodcutters can chop down trees if they have access to them. We'll start out with 1 truck each, I guess. The trees need to grow up first. I don't think these trees are in range anyway, but... oh, maybe they are. These ones are highlighted if I scroll out a little bit. We'll see. And yeah, the third research is probably going to be automatic tree replanting. Just so I don't have to micromanage that in this area. We will only load boards. Bring them to the border. And they can wait at the loading station until we get a train set up. So they'll wait until we actually cut down some boards. I assume the groundworks here are done and we're getting resources. We are. So once we have all the resources in place, we'll send the construction office out. I don't know if I need a large fire truck here, but I will get one. Basically, the workers should fill up the logging camps first because they barely need any workers. And then the sawmill and the fire station, however they see fit. That is what we're going to have. I hope when the fire happens here, that these ones just leave and the fire trucks can drive in, or fire truck, singular. That should give us enough capacity to always accept all workers in the area. And I guess we don't even need to send construction office buses here, because we will just finish this in time anyway, with the workers that we're bringing here, so we'll just wait. I also would like a gas station in this area. This is not going to be a double lane road. This is basically like an endpoint to the map. I think the first double lane road that we might build is coming from this customs house to the large town. But I think this area up here is all still fine. We will set up a gas station for the town, because I will not bring fuel to any building. They will have to get their fuel from this area. But that means our logging area is basically done. As soon as the sawmill finishes construction, it will start running. The wood will be drawn into the sawmill, even if I don't put this as one-way factory connections. I'll just make it more clearly visible. And then it gets pushed out into the storage. And from here we have some extra wood cutting capacity, which puts wood into this storage at some point. And then the sawmill can access it. So it should be a lot of wood cutting capacity. We just have to wait for some more efficient vehicles to run this. And yes, I probably should upgrade the roads right now. Let's put a bypass here and start upgrading the road going into the logging camp to gravel. Just so our fire trucks aren't going to run into any issues. We'll also upgrade this one. While we still can. We don't have an export. What I don't have here yet is a police station. I think we might be able to wait until we get the large settlement to handle everything. If I build a police station over here, maybe this one can also drive over to this village. Should be in range. Probably once we have the tunnel up, at the very latest. But for the tunnel construction, I definitely want my own workers. This settlement might not be able to provide enough workers for construction. Putting that out there right now. Our housing, I want to be as far away from the heating plant as possible. So we will have to, in the future, flatten out a little bit more, but for now this should be okay. So with the houses, I think I might use grid snapping, because like housing areas, placing them without grid snapping is a little bit weird to me still. Oh yeah, and waste storage. This time we are going to go for these ones, mostly. Usually I like those, especially for areas like the clinic. But I do have a plan this time, where I can just use these a little bit more efficiently. Basically we're going to start with mixed waste only, no recycling, since we don't have the research for that anyway. But in the future, if I want to recycle, I'll just place another storage there and set that to a different resource. Man, this is very space inefficient though. These ones are just so space efficient. But yeah, this is not a... I think these ones look more realistic. These ones already increase the capacity quite a lot. I guess we can use the large ones for recycling in the future and then just use the small ones from the start. Have a small waste storage next to every building. Yeah, I want to see if that works. If we can run a settlement with small waste storages. I didn't warm up to them yet, so we are also going to try those. The clinic definitely gets a large waste storage because it does produce hazardous waste. And this is basically a dedicated storage for hazardous waste for the clinic. Maybe put that behind the clinic over here. And then a regular waste storage over on this side. Just want to make sure hazardous waste does not easily overflow. And these buildings can have a lot of people in them, so they probably also get a larger waste storage. And then the kindergarten can also put waste in there if it wants to. I want to see if that works, or if we run into issues. The heating plant has enough waste capacity inside. Don't need to worry about that, I don't think. I will definitely need a lot more housing. But this should probably get the area started. Well, we are going to run into the issue that we don't have enough university-educated personnel to get things started, I guess. Start with 3 houses and then maybe take out the time to flatten more area in this. This village might get reworked at some point. I don't think it's gonna stay the way it is. I would like to also have some green space. green space in it. But right now we need to get some people in this area and start making it do things for us. Like if we could supply these workers to our logging area, that would just be more profit. Over here. Shopping center access. The pub is maybe a little bit too far away, but we'll see. We'll have to get a footpath around, hooking up into this side maybe at a later time. I don't have electricity yet. I don't have water or sewage yet, but those things are not difficult. We might have multiple substations in this. Especially if I build another industry area, I guess we'll just drop a substation over here. Make sure that the heating plant is in range. Then later on we can put another one into the other area. This shouldn't use that much electricity, but 1 megawatt at most. Sure. And water and sewage will just use trucks for now. With a technical service, that is. In the future, well, the sewage over here is going to be awkward. There's no real body of natural body of water except across the border. Might have to pump it over the hill and just dump it over in there. So a sewage tank might have to face that way, but I guess that's not that important because it's quite far away and having a small curve in there should not really be a problem. But I'll pay attention to it anyway. And the water connection can face that way, I guess. Get a footpath. Let me try something. I want this to be nice and curved. So what I'm thinking is, what if I remove these ones now and start a curve from here? And then I hook them back up and remove this one. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, I mean the sawmill... Oh no, I need to assign the construction office with workers, otherwise the road cranes are not going to drive there. Then the sawmill would take ages to build. So, yeah. Let's assign the construction office and finish the sawmill. In the meantime, the road is going to be built. We don't really need the road connections right now. They will need them again for refueling, so we can just upgrade everything. And then the fire trucks should be able to reach everything quite safely. Missing concrete. I don't think we're going to get the settlement up this year, but so far progress is quite quick. We will have 4 trucks for this. Food, clothing, electronics and meat. And they should all be able to park inside the road cargo station. We'll need 1 extra truck for the gas station. We will need 1 truck that runs to the pub. And the pub one is going to be the annoying one, because that one will always have to drive everywhere. So I'm going to make it as small as possible of a truck. So it makes sense that it drives and doesn't drive around with a half full storage load. This gas station is already empty. I guess we can think about maybe dropping one another gas station outside of the logging area so they don't have to drive up towards here. Let me redo this road. The problem with this is electricity, so I guess we can just have another gas station here on the outside. This road is not going to be there in the future. But yeah, I don't see a problem just placing another gas station for vehicles going to and from the customs house. We will have to build proper construction offices. We will have to build a vehicle repair station in the next 3 to 4 years from this time. Get everything hooked up basically. Okay, upgrade more gravel roads. This gravel road is too short to be built by a machinery, so we'll just assign the construction office with 4 workers. We'll also need a technical service, but we'll get 2 free ones for the time being, because the large technical service takes 1,400 work days of construction time, which I don't want to spend right now. We can do that once we have our own equipment. Also, we still have to upgrade these roads to gravel before I start moving people in, I think. And this one over here will get water to different areas. Oh, no, it shouldn't be here. I want to make sure it doesn't bring water to the logging area. It doesn't matter. I guess it can bring water there. But it would bring it to individual buildings, and I don't want it to drive to those right now. So we'll make sure it can't get there. Once we remove this road connection again, that will be fine. Two waste trucks for now. Everything at the border. The waste trucks should also not reach the logging camp area. No, actually the waste trucks should. For the waste trucks it makes sense. There's not that much waste being generated in this area. At some point we can all dump it into an incinerator. Maybe even have a waste storage here that we can then load onto the same rail line. And just have a small train there waiting until it's full, and then carry the waste out to an incinerator in a different area. This road will finish. I'll do that one next. One more delivery of boards, and then we can build our sawmill, giving us access to our own boards for our construction offices. And I think they're bringing it over there right now? No, they're not. So we'll have to wait. Once this is up, we don't have to import boards anymore. I did not place a fire station yet, did I? I did not. Only a fire station over here, so that one also needs to be built. Fire station should be up before we start building any of the other facilities. Just in case. Sure, just right against the heating plant. We don't need any of the connections. Our next town will have a large heating plant and we might demolish this at some point. But yeah, I would like to start out with a small settlement, especially since we need research, so this will make sense. We will need multiple of these spreading across the map, allowing us access to more technology. Because how do you get technology? Well, you build more settlements. Hello Berliners, welcome. So, the upside of this challenge is we won't need to build any distribution offices ever. We won't need to maintain distribution offices ever. The downside is, well, we will need more vehicles. Back to the past, like first year of the game where we did not have distribution offices exactly. Except there's a few more resources in the game now, so we'll see how we do. We should finish the construction. It's gonna be close. No, we're not. Are we? Okay, we are. Alright, so that should start the sawmill. We have wood in here. We have wood in here. No drinking water doesn't really matter. Well, I guess drinking water does matter. I will bring drinking water to this area. I don't want to handle sewage though. So I guess if I have the drinking water on this side, it can be in range. And the sewage will just, they will have to bucket it out into the forest, use it as a fertilizer. Right, that should do. Lovely times, lovely headaches. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Definitely going to change things. I also want to build more rail lines again. I'm already set up next to a Western Customs house, so we can have a rail line go there. Easy at the beginning, exporting our boards. Should be nice. We will have to wait to upgrade all of the roads before we can set this as an area for boards. But yeah, for now we'll be fine. Deliver only with mechanisms, and you're not going to bring prefabs there, you're just gonna stand in there. And then you can bring prefabs to stuff again, because you are allowed to pick up resources in that building. So you either carry the machine or you transport resources. Once we have a large construction office, this will become less of an issue. Because right now, while that vehicle transports resources, it won't carry any vehicle to a place where it might be needed. We'll need another small oil tanker for the other gas station. I think for the village one we can probably use this. It's a little bit more expensive, but it looks more appropriate. And maybe we find a nice color scheme for it. Orange probably. No, red will do fine. Because it carries materials that can explode, right? Video game logic. Okay, so they already built the football playground because that one can be dug up by an excavator. We will set up the fire station first. Once they have built that, we will get a bus route bringing workers to the fire station, making sure once we start building all of this, it doesn't burn down. And one thing I did forget is unchecking the Get Citizens checkbox. So we will have to deactivate that for all of you. So once these houses come up, they don't automatically move in people. Yeah, I would like to upgrade as much road as possible. We can't upgrade the section to the customs house because we don't have a domestic source of gravel just yet. And I also didn't build any resource storages just yet either. Maybe I should carry materials up. I guess we can do that for the town at some point. While things are getting built, I guess I can flatten this area out a little bit more. Maybe I'll pick another elevation level, so I don't have to flatten it all the way down to this height. Just say we pick up 2 spaces and then flatten from this. Something like that, maybe. Makes it faster. And we can have some more residential buildings up here. There's a little bit of a bump here that we can probably remove, maybe. Nah, I guess it's fine. It's probably because of the footpath. Alright. I guess our dump trucks are quite busy carrying stuff. When winter hits, we're gonna be happy if we have gravel roads, because otherwise they're gonna be super slow. This has been upgraded. Okay, I guess we'll start upgrading this one. Vehicles on the road. There we go. That should get our dump trucks to do something. And if they aren't, then we'll just manually assign it. Let's put all the other construction offices into another assignment group. So I can manually assign those faster. And yes, they should focus on the gas station if possible. We can build the power line, so that's something for our buses to do. We can also build the switch, I guess. This one can't catch fire, so that'll be fine. This power line and this one. And this one. This one doesn't have the resources yet, so that one will have to wait. Okay, maybe we don't have enough vehicles here yet to make sure they... Okay, you know what? No more resources for you. Come back home. You just carry excavators. Carrying excavators is more important right now. I know the delivery distance is not that large, but yes, I want this one to focus onto carrying excavators. I unassigned all of the construction tasks from it, I think. No, just the sources, never mind. So yeah, now the trucks can focus on just bringing the excavators places. If we upgrade this one, we will need a road connection, so the construction office vehicles can get to the customs house while we do so. And then I guess I could do the same thing for this last section here. Also upgrading this one. And then we have a little bit of a section that we can only upgrade once we have a domestic storage of gravel. I could use a free storage for that, but I guess a little bit of dirt road doesn't hurt, presumably. Excavator going here right now. After that, a few construction materials, and then we'll have our fire station. And then we can start bringing in all the rest of the resources. Start building up all of the other buildings. And probably move people in fairly soon. Yeah, the waste needs to pick up from here. The water, however, should only go into this water tank. But I don't want to handle sewage pickup just yet. Once we get our own domestic workers, yes, we'll put a sewage station here, and it'll be fine. Out of fuel, because the road connection is currently not set up, so have to wait until the road gets built for you to be able to refuel. Once we have our second gas station set up, we can also upgrade these roads without having to worry about losing access to our fuel. But yeah, the capacity in these trucks is so small that it shouldn't be that difficult for the truck to still keep this supplied. We don't have that much fuel consumption in the area. And because the capacity is so low, this vehicle will drive back and forth a little bit more often. Which I guess doesn't do that much for us, but it looks nice. Okay, one more delivery of gravel. And we have our road connection to the logging camp again. Still waiting for the trees to grow up. Don't have any lumber here right now to chop down. I could extend the area a little bit. I mean, I can plant trees around this, even if it's not flat. I will also need more trees in this area because there's 2 wood cutting posts here that are going to want a lot of trees. Oh, there's another gravel source here. So we could have a quarry here exporting quarried stone for 1,000 rubles per month, I think, approximately. I guess what this village also can do is man a repair station in range of the logging camp area. That's probably something that we will build over here. And then all the vehicles in this area can get repaired. Small repair station should be enough. Haven't exported yet. I'm still doing road upgrades. Once this road finishes, we still have a little bit of a section to upgrade, which I guess we can queue up right now. I don't need to export right this moment. This will disconnect the fire station for the time being, but hopefully it'll be fine. Hello T-Rex, welcome. Is the challenge stopping you to import resources? It's unclear to me, thanks. The challenge is, well, the normal one is low tech, so only one research per settlement. The other challenge is no distribution offices at all. So these buildings are disallowed completely. We are not building any distribution offices whatsoever. Which means that maybe container loading facilities are the way to go this time. Or maybe we can have a shopping center next to a container unloading facility and just at some point bring containers there. I guess that's always a little bit weird. I don't know. We'll see. But containers for storage might be useful. Just because containers can't be done with a distribution office anyway. I think the future issue is of tank station. No, gas station is fine. We have one truck waiting here to unload fuel. And one space is free to refuel. So we built a gas station very early. And it's working fine. We're building another one over here. Once this one is up, we can upgrade this road of the gas station. Should be fine. So no local distribution of resources. They only take what they can store in their building. Well, for the village over here, we have our grocery store and our small store. And I will set up a road cargo station because then I have 4 parking spaces where I can have food, clothing, electronics and meat being imported. Cannot use as normal the free one. The free one we used in the beginning because we used a vehicle that was constantly driving back and forth bringing fuel to it without waiting. It worked, so it was fine. Alright, we get our first export. 200 rubles worth of material. I mean in general. Oh yeah. I mean, the beginning is probably the easiest section. We will see how bad it gets. We'll upgrade this road. Once this one vehicle comes back, refueled. Oh, it's already back probably. We'll also upgrade both of these. That will mean no workers can walk into this site right now, which is okay. At least I believe it is okay. We'll upgrade these two. We don't have the buildings planned yet, but we can do that right now. I guess we have some workers walking over here to the gas station to build that, so let's bring them some road cranes, shall we? This road section has been upgraded. I think we should upgrade the roads right now. Even if some vehicles would get stuck. I mean, they're still bringing resources over. At some point we can't bring any more resources. And then we can upgrade the roads. Wait, you have 2 forest camp, the production of wood near one the other. It was not that one disabled the area of the other. I think I figured that out last time when I built the logging area. I think they basically have the same behavior as the name tags. So let's say you have a logging camp here, which covers an area. And then if you build another logging camp next to it, they basically split the workplace themselves. So this logging camp takes all of these trees, and this logging camp takes all of these trees. And then if you have multiple logging camps, some of the logging camps might get really inefficient. That's how it felt like, yeah. So I assume that this logging camp will handle basically all of this. This one will have space up here. And once these two logging camps are built, this one will have a very short area up here, and this one will share resources with this one up here. I think that's how it worked. We'll see. This is too short, needs workers. We should upgrade the gas station once we have this one supplied with fuel. So this one is for the town. So we'll get another one. Another small one. Well, in my experience, one hides the forest area of the another, like when oil extractors. Yeah, that's how it felt like, but after a while it fixed itself. I think it's after reloading the save game it fixed itself. So I'm not 100% sure. I did buy a vehicle. Where did the vehicle go? Did it disappear? It cheated me out of resources. No, it's still here. Oh, it went to refuel, never mind. Everything is fine. I didn't say anything. Okay, you don't need to wait to load at the customs house, but you need to wait to unload here. It's probably something I should, yeah, set for all of these. Epidemic does not concern us. Is it the forest new or did I plant it? I planted the forest, so it's still growing. We don't have many trees here yet. Also, we only need one worker in these. Don't need that many. Finish this. Finish the fire station. And I guess once the fire station is built, I assume we'll have all of the materials here. So that we can upgrade the road. Because I would really like to have the road upgraded before we start building this. At least leading into the settlement. All the roads in the settlement will be upgraded a little bit later. Alright, let's upgrade. If I upgrade this one, they can still get in here with this footpath, so that should be fine. Okay, we don't need this road anymore. That means I can get water now. Except that, well, yes, I can get water. Water and sewage. Large trucks, please. Yeah, that should be fine. I had almost bad luck in the one used vehicle about the train constructor. Okay. Oh yeah, you need a disassembled vehicle for that. Just a regular train constructor doesn't work. There are special vehicles for that. Yeah, used disassembled vehicles, I guess, do not deteriorate in quality. So you would have to cheat to get rare construction, I guess. I don't know if you can find a large truck to carry a non-disassembled vehicle at some point. Maybe. Oh, the Western guys had it. Okay. Yeah. We also have a road connection to the west already, because I want to use the large Western trucks for logging. Basically replacing these open hull trucks with better ones. Once we have our water delivery made, we will remove the footpath and prepare the road for upgrade. After the fire station has been constructed. Once the fire station is built, the next thing will be, I think, the gas station, and then we can start building everything else. And then we should be able to move people in. 29 tons, can carry 30 tons. Yeah. Good thing the west had what you needed. You're bringing gas here. We'll upgrade this while you drive in there, so you can't leave. And some construction office workers can turn that into a gravel road, please. Yes. It's a little bit far away, you could say. For us, it is very close. And I want to make this run also western based, so I want to focus all my imports and exports onto the western border and see how we do with that. So the US currency is going to be our main currency. We're already importing electricity with that, and the ruble is going to be we're just going to use it up and then probably need it for more vehicles at some point. Ambulances, police cars can only be bought with rubles after all. But the main currency is going to be US dollars this time, I think. I want to see if it has any weird behavior on the market price if we do that. Okay. Waiting on a bus. I should also set a maximum of 5 workers for new buildings. Guess for this area it's going to be a little bit different. Don't turn in. Damn it. I guess we won't be able to remove that snapping point unless... Yeah, the microbuses are just too close. I'll just put the snapping point in the middle here so it doesn't annoy me. We'll probably need another busload of workers. Yep. And then we have our fire station. You build a wooden bridge with a concrete mixer. What? I guess the foundation needs concrete. No, wait, did you build a wooden bridge that was 5.5 kilometers long? No, you built one that was just that far away. But wooden bridges are fast. Concrete, gravel, and boards. Yeah. It's cheap, yeah. As long as we don't build the houses, more and more construction tasks are piling up on the construction offices. But yeah, after our bus arrives, we have water here now. We'll disconnect that. Remove the snapping point and upgrade. Pause the construction. Remove the snapping point. Oh, there's a bus on the road, that's why it doesn't work. Now it should. And there we go. Welcome back. You know the little mod that turns wood into biofuel? It's really just a little, but seems quite realistic to me. I did try mods, but I only tried 1900 start. I didn't try any modern mods. I tried to stay away from mods. Testing the 1900 start also made me realize that some mod developers basically make very overpowered mods. So no, I don't use anything that is not base game. Which sometimes is a little bit unfortunate, but yeah, I do like the challenge that the developer has set out. The workshop items sometimes don't feel right to me. Okay, we will upgrade all of this road. I will not care about merging all of this into smaller segments, I guess. Except for where it's easy. I will not remove the footpaths, but this one, make it one construction task. This one construction task. Same for this one. And this one I'll just... I guess I can do that. But here I won't modify the footpath. I don't think... I guess I can remove it. And then we can put it back later. That should make the construction sites long enough where an excavator can do them. And we don't have to rely on manpower. So our construction officers should be able to handle this. No problem. I hope the trees grow up. This is usually the bug that happens when they are grown up and it doesn't work correctly. So I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to save. And I'm going to load and see if that one fixes it. So we are going... I don't know if I need to restart the game for this to work. I think I needed to restart. I don't really want to do that right now, but I might have to. It will be quick once you have loaded into the game. Once it's like a matter of a few seconds. Okay, so it still complains about no trees in the forest. So we'll just quit the desktop real quick. And I will immediately start the game again. We'll go right back in it and see if that changes it. I don't think it changes it right away, but it should fix it on maybe... Come on. OBS. There you go. It should fix it on the next tick for tree growth, maybe? We'll see. So it still says 0.00. But I think it'll be better now. There's a higher chance that it will fix itself. Okay, got our gas station over here. That means we can have this one upgraded. And this one needs to be upgraded. What I mean to say is this needs workers, because it's too short. Can't fit an excavator on that side. Well, it says -0. And there's plenty of trees that look like they have already grown up. I'm exporting wood or boards? I'm exporting boards right now. So I've hooked up the logging camps directly into the sawmill. And then in the future, when I have more throughput, I have 2 more logging camps that can put wood in here. And then that wood can also be taken by the sawmill. Or I can use the wood for making chemicals. I don't know if you were there when I showed it, Stefan. I wanted to show you this, but I'm using keyboard shortcuts a lot. So when you see me, for example, building new roads and stuff, I'm not going into the build menu. I'm basically picking a building that already exists and copying that. And that might be maybe something that's interesting to you. What I did is basically there is a tool here called the this one, the Pick Infrastructure tool. And whatever you click will be copied. But that means you still have to go down here and select it. There's a hidden feature up here. If you expand this, you get keyboard shortcuts. And then you can select the Pick Infrastructure tool and put that up in here. And then you have a number key. Ah, okay, you already know that. Okay. Just letting you know. Do you know about the construction office assignment tool? Where you can group construction offices so it's easier to tell them what to do. So you have your construction offices all selected and you just tell them do this. Okay. Good, good, good. Just making sure. We'll upgrade this one. This bus will get stuck. We'll have to make sure that the buses in here don't block the customs house while this last section of road is being upgraded. With F5 and F6 we have all labels. Yeah. I only use one grouping though, because if I switch this right now I have no idea where I am at. So, and I don't want to leave this open. Using trucks in first place for exporting wood? Yeah. Just having some base export. I want to get the logging trucks, the better ones in the future. So I didn't get many trucks right now. And hopefully that will work. Not sure why you aren't unloading. Maybe you drove back because there was no more wood in the forest, so you decided to not unload and wait for more wood instead. Do you know about the extreme fast forward mode, which you shouldn't use if you have citizens? I guess I shouldn't show you. No. Never mind. It's probably something that is dangerous to your population. But there's speed levels above the fast speed, which are really useful when you basically want to say, I don't want to wait, I don't have any people, go build. And that's the fast forward. This fast forward, which is a little bit faster, is supposedly safe for your population, but I haven't tested that yet, so I can't say for sure. Oh, you saw it in the video. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'll keep my tips to when I see something in your stream then. Just spurting out tips is just, I don't know what you know and don't know, so I'll just wait. He explained it, okay. Yeah, I'm tempted to use fast forward now to get these roads built. Once we reach the fire station and we have a fire truck, we can also start building the buildings normally. The Balshu is really good. I saw so much tutorials, it's incredible. I saw his videos at some point. Yeah, it's really good. Good content. I didn't look much for tutorials in videos though. I'm trying to keep this all to myself, I guess. Trying to learn by myself mostly. But I do like getting information and then implementing it. Let's flatten the area while things are being built, I guess. So, tunnel-wise, if this is our larger town area, we can probably come through this way. So, 86 meters versus, well, not 86. This is 65 meters, so we would come out this height, but we can have a downward sloping tunnel, that's fine. I guess now that I lower it to one level, I could probably lower it all the way and just not do the multiple level thing. Especially since there's not much space, and this space would be wasted for this slope. I'm just gonna lower it all the way. And then we would be at 57 meters, that's fine. Yeah, we'll just creep out slowly and then at some point place a tunnel here into the mountainside. I guess maybe we could build the tunnel right away, I don't know. But not fuss around with a mountain road, we'll see. Wish there's a way that a truck exporting line shows how much income it produces per month or year, and how much it costs for fuel and maintenance, so that you really know if your wood export, for example, is useful or when it will be amortized, including the invest of the truck. Yeah, that is something that you will have to manually calculate, I'm afraid. And that is probably quite difficult. I don't think it shows up in here. Like, fuel consumption is something that is, like, not easy to calculate, I would say. I don't know if you can take the engine power somehow and calculate the fuel consumption from it. There's probably a way for it, but I'm not aware. I think since okay, since it's winter, it's kind of annoying right now. I'll get some snow plows. Don't plow mud roads. Gravel roads barely, focus on asphalt once we have those. We don't have any asphalt right now, so that's fine. But yeah, you don't need to plow roads towards the western border, just focus on the gravel. We need much more statistics, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes the developers add weird little statistics, like if you make a transport route with an open hull truck, you can set which vehicles should be imported. Which is very hidden, so if you have, for example, a transport route like go here, load a vehicle, you can select new or used, but you can also click this icon and then choose which vehicle type to import or which container to load, and that's very hidden, but it's very useful. New vehicles are coming from the border here, right? Yeah, this is realism mode. Any vehicle, any resource has to come from the border. So we can't quick buy things. The resources that we have is what we have. Either from the map made by ourselves or gotten from a customs house. That's why we started building fairly close to one. Okay, we're starting to see some trees again. So the amount of wood in the forest is going up for both of these. And they do have different amounts, like this one has a lot more. And I assume it's because this one basically gets this half over here, and this one gets the rest over here, until we build the other ones. This one will have the short end of the stick, because these ones will take all of the wood from it, and this one will be left with this. But yeah, in general, once we have automatic tree replanting process, should be fine. At least our sawmill should start working again, as soon as we get some microbuses going. I'm tempted to make a bus end station for this, but I guess for the microbuses here they can just... I guess they should use line spacing. Yeah, line spacing is okay. So real talk, what about multiplayer mode? Cities sharing borders, exporting stuff, setting prices? Cool or not cool? I don't think having multiple cities next to each other sharing resources would be that great, because you could have someone running at fast speed whereas the other one runs at normal speed and then it gets out of whack. I think playing in co-op could be cool, like playing on the same map, either sharing your money or not sharing your money, and then you build cities together, and then sharing the resources on the map itself. But there would need to be a way to agree on the speed, so one person... Basically the lowest agreed upon speed would count, so if one person says I need to pause right now, it would pause the game for everyone. And then if one person sets it to fast speed, whereas one person wants normal speed, it would be normal speed. Or the host can change it, but I would like the option that everyone can pause it or set it to a lower speed if they need to. I'm usually used to Paradox games where a person can pause when they need to. When you play co-op. If you play in PvP, then that's a whole different story, but... Yeah, in a co-op game like this, I guess you could play a PvP and say who earns the most money the fastest. And then you could connect to a different person's infrastructure. But there could also be a lot of potential of grieving, I don't know. I think it's mostly probably a co-op experience. But I would like playing this in co-op with another person, because the terrain is so large and you usually barely get to use all of it. Sharing responsibilities, especially in realism mode, sounds nice. Or just starting from different borders, building your own thing. You could have another map border in between, like another line here, and one person is only allowed to play on this triangle and the other one on the other triangle. And then you can build a border post in between to connect both of your settlements, your nations together. Which would be like what you said with two different areas, but it would be on the same map in this case. The asymmetric, both people play on different maps and they share resources, would work if you, for example, play at different times. That would be something where you could play asymmetrically without having to wait for the other person, I guess. So I would like to have more logging trucks, but I think we'll wait. I don't know when the U377 becomes available. Felled tree capacity, this one 65, that's quite a long time. We'll get, since our logging is now starting full time with lots of felled tree capacity, we're just going to get lots of trucks and start producing lots of lumber, which our export won't be able to keep up with. But by next year, at some point, we will have better trucks to export things, I think. And maybe during summer the export will be faster anyway. And yeah, they will have to refuel at the gas station, which should be fine.
Hopefully the small truck will be enough. If not, we will have to upgrade it at some point, but we shouldn't need that much fuel. I'm playing with only Soviet techs? No. Low tech in this case is a special thing that I thought up where I really like the idea of trying to build more settlements, and I felt like usually you only build one city and it grows really large and you have like a mega city. So what I said is I'm playing a low-tech mode, and the only way I get research is I get one research for every settlement that I build. I made a different varieties on that, so right now I've set it that I get one research per settlement, plus every research for 2,500, one research for 2,500 people that I have. So you can grow your population to get an extra bonus research, but the main thing is build more and more settlements like this over across the map and spread out. And one research in this case means only those researches that actually unlock something. So the study on concrete doesn't unlock anything, so it does not count. So once I have a research unlocked, I say I want prefab panel construction, and then I can do this research, doesn't count, and then follow up with this one right away. Goat mode activated. I don't know. I really like it because it forces you to play in a different way. I did add the one research every 2,500 people because it was quite difficult. So another source of work of research is appreciated, I guess, to have a chance of a little bit more technology. I think it'll be an experience, and it's just a self-imposed restriction, so we can change that if we feel like it. We are bringing water to our buildings now, so efficiency is high, and they have problems with a sewage tank, but it's only foreign workers, so who cares? They will empty this one out manually time to time. So if this one ticks up to, I think, 120% or 125, maybe 150, I don't remember, it just drains and causes pollution, but as I said, we don't care about pollution in this area right now. Shouldn't be a problem. Slowly getting up to the fire station, meaning that we will be able to start building things. Watching my stream with all those issues must be pain. No, it's fine. I enjoy that. I enjoy going into a stream and making people... it might sound weird, but I enjoy making people happier if they like the suggestions that make their life easier with the game. If it works. It's really nice watching someone go from, this is annoying, to, oh, you do it like that and it's so much easier. That makes sense. That's really enjoyable to me. I like doing that. So it's not painful, no. It's only painful when I try to avoid streams where they say no backseat gaming, because some people want to learn by themselves and they do not like to hear things from the outside, which I get. Like, you want to learn by yourself, you enjoy the discovery aspect. So if I go into a stream and they say I'm working, it's fine, then I will also stop. Or just when they ask a question to chat, then I will try and respond. But sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming when someone in chat writes a lot of things that you should do. I was also wondering if I should start votes in my Twitch stream and ask people, okay, we have this one set up now, what should we do next? Should we build a large town? Should we build a gravel industry, etc.? And then make my players decide, but that might be a different, altogether challenge. Talking about spoilers, I mean, there's no real spoiler in this game, because this game has everything open. Like, it's just either you know about it or you don't. It's a game where the tutorials are not that great, and many people also play the game without tutorial because they like the discovery part, but that can lead to more issues because you don't realize something exists because it's so obfuscated, it's so well hidden. So I wouldn't count these things as spoilers in this. I don't know. Okay, so one more road for the fire station, then we'll get our fire truck. I guess we'll get the fire truck here so it can already refuel. Oh, no wait, I did already buy the... Oh no, I bought a fire truck for the lumber area. We'll get 2 fire trucks for the town. I enjoy streaming this game, it's so cool to interact with the viewers. Yeah. I enjoy streaming it as well. I haven't had much interaction in chat. I have some regulars who really like watching this, showing up. Probably enjoy listening to me talk all the time about random stuff that I do. But interaction, I wonder if I should increase that a little bit, like trying to involve my Twitch chat into the development of my nation. There's the funny moments. The same sentence I heard is, why that, why that, why that? Yeah, why is that one? What the hell? What's going on? Why is this happening? Okay, the fire trucks have refueled. Once they are all back, we should be able to mass relocate them into the fire station. I did buy 2 fire trucks. There's the other one. Okay, just change all into fire station, and the fuel truck does not care. Everybody told it, yeah. I mean, sometimes you get lost, especially when you're on stream and you're talking about stuff. You sometimes miss the obvious thing right in front of you, and that's normal. And that's also funny for chat, or also neat for chat if chat can help. Okay, I think it's time. Construction office for workers, just do your thing automatically. We have fire safety here, we can now start building this up. Should be fine. Okay, that was scary. Almost didn't want to connect again to the road. We'll have to connect this one. And that's the last road connection. It depends on you as a person. If you feel comfortable with that, go for it. If you want to follow straight to your targets, building your city, go for it. I would feel comfortable with it, but I don't know if I could spend the time managing the votes in my chat. It would like me tapping out of the game, going to... I think you can only do that on the Twitch dashboard. I guess I would need to try it out and see how fast it is. Oh, you know the streamer, yeah. And also, I don't know if it would work with like 2 or 3 people watching. Or being active in chat, or if it would be weird. I guess it could get more people involved. Maybe that could be the next challenge. We build a nation based on Twitch suggestions. And then, if there's no suggestion, the first vote always wins, and if people vote for it, then the vote will be chosen, and we just build whatever they choose. And yeah, as you can see, my republic is very curved roads and everything. I try to follow the terrain as much as possible, which is sometimes a bit inefficient, but it looks quite neat. Maybe we can follow a bus. Let's see what it looks like right now. I have a friend that happened, a typical... Now there's no people in heating plant, or okay, he managed it. No people in hospital. Yeah, trying. If you're gonna go that route, then I mean that's normal. I have the same thing happen, but for me it happened when I had too many highly educated workers and I didn't build enough houses, so they started only working the highly educated workplaces and not in the shopping center anymore, which is usually what happens. Yeah, I think that looks fairly nice. Looks a little bit hilly, I guess. Like very sharp edges on the hills, but I didn't make those. Those were that way from the start. Then we're already at the currently being built town area, which doesn't look well, or mostly village. 150 people is not that many. If you use Streamlabs OBS, I guess it's easy to arrange votes, but you could also plan those decisions before the stream in Discord, then start your stream and fulfill what the community voted for. I don't have a community on Discord. I tried starting one, and that one was too like I guess I don't feel the need to do that. I don't want to do a Discord. I realized that one was draining for me for some reason. I usually sit around in other people's Discord and like Stefan, one thing that I also had in mind was, what if you played a safe game that you play for X amount of years, and then you hand it over to another person, and that person continues playing, and then you basically either go through a group of people cycling it, but you only get X amount of years before you have to hand it over to another person, and they can mess up your settlement with their ideas, and it's basically a shared republic. That one would basically be asymmetric multiplayer, turn-based. No people in supermarket. Route everybody to the supermarket. Come on, boss. Okay. Okay, so the town will be built up fairly quickly. We didn't manage to get it in the first year, but yeah, should be happening fairly soon. Maybe we can get to a farming area at some point. I mean, once we get to this space. Ah, this is quite hilly. This could be a farming area, but this is outside the borders. This should not be a farming area. I guess we might have to cut across the hills somewhere. There's not really that much room for farming areas. I don't know. Maybe no farming for now. Or maybe we'll just make some hill farms. Oh, it's like working on a Stranger extended Excel sheet and you need to check everything to understand before working with it. Yeah. And then no pausing allowed. So you will have to run it at normal or full speed. So you can't pause it to check it. So in the end, in the last year, you will have to decide, do you want to make drastic changes or do you want to stabilize things so your next person playing has an easier time? That has the potential to maybe make people a little bit angry, maybe. I don't know. Could be quite neat. Remove that. And that. It's a great idea, but hard idea. I think you let the economy with earnings come the next and lost money, that. Yeah. I mean, it's a good idea to know what you're getting into. Switch the city every 5 years, yeah. Or switch the city on specific targets, like you could say one person sets up the first settlement and one resource production industry. And then you hand it over. But then they could take too long or it could be done too fast. I think the 5-year idea is probably best. 5 years is a very long time though. 5 years is like... isn't that like 2 years every 4 hours maybe? So that would be 10 hours. Well, yeah, you would have to impose some rules in it. So you can't say that you are allowed to plan a lot of things. Like you can't say, I'm gonna spend my 5 years planning everything out, so the other person just has to activate and build all of them. So no blueprints shall remain on the map. And you can only have a certain amount of construction sites ongoing, so you can't pre-plan everything. Oh yeah, and if you're sharing that, you could make 5-year plan agendas where you say, okay, I'm doing this, or trying to do this, and then the other person will vote on what they are supposed to do, or there will be an agreement, I don't know. 5-year plans, yeah. Yeah, it's 5-year plans. I think it's the name. I think we'll upgrade all of the footpaths as well. Should probably do that right now. That should be fine. Yeah, upgrade all of these. Es muss fertig sein. Aber heute nicht, morgen. Hallo. I have never heard that. Must be a Berlin thing. Every 5 years, a new city named after the player that made it. Hello, Kubion. Well, yeah, you could try and sprawl across the map quite quickly, make small towns, and then say, okay, my town is done. The next player has to make another town, and we just keep spreading out like that. But at some point, things are going to become more difficult the further away you get from the map border. But it could be interesting. It's new German youngsters. Oh, I guess I get it. Heute nicht, aber morgen. Aber heute nicht, morgen. Hallo. Yeah, okay. It's like hello as a confirmation that it will be done. Get it. I get it. I was young once. I get it. Gas station, please. We will need our fuel truck for the gas station in town. Once that has been built. Yeah, there should be no question about this town getting done this year. Especially with construction rate right now. Changing the footpaths to gravel slowed things down a little bit, but I think it's the right choice. We need gravel footpaths to make sure everyone can reach everything in the future, and I don't have any interruptions. This town might change, like we might tear things up and replace the buildings with better ones once we have the research done. Multiplayer with you get 5 years to make a functioning steel mill. Well, you could make it so that you say the 5-year goal is to increase export profits by X amount, and then you get to choose what you get to do. Or you have to say you have to make that resource, or any of these amount of resources. Like you either have to make steel or oil. You're still waiting for me to build a steel mill at some point, I assume. I mean, the steel mill is like a prime example of an industry that doesn't require any distribution offices anyway. I would like to, basically, I'm building this without distribution offices because I want to build more trains, is what it is. I want to plan a town that is supplied by a train. Easily. The rule of the smallest stick. Okay, gas station. Should work. We already have electricity in the area. Don't wait until loaded at the customs house, because if we have any issues, we don't want a traffic jam there. We also need to get some more microbuses to bring some workers in this area. 4 microbuses should do the trick. We'll let them refuel first. And then we have a constant stream of foreign workers bringing workers to the fire station, so nothing over here will burn down as we build it. Won't have any recycling because we don't have the technology for it. Now we get the German microbus. Oh well. It's fine. Alright, so those microbuses will become obsolete quite quickly, but for the start they will be useful. They can also make sure that the heating plant is fully charged before we move people in. if we move them in during winter. But yeah, for now they can help with construction tasks. And of course working the fire station. But they will walk onto construction sites, build things. We won't have enough road cranes to make this efficient, but I guess 3 road cranes might be good enough. Can't wait to see the metro running to get rid of all the buses in the road. Yep. Make sure you have an emergency bus always going to the power plant area, because if your power plant catches fire, you will have a power outage, and metros only run on electricity, so make sure you have a little bit of a backup there, otherwise you're gonna have a nasty surprise. Because once the fire has been put out, having one bus to restart the power plant is probably a good idea. Alexanderplatz metro station? I don't know. I don't know if they have that on the workshop. Maybe. Let's see. I don't see anything if I search for Alex. Oh wait, sorry. I had landscapes in. Well, the Berlin Tower is in there. And a GDR World Clock. Park Inn Hotel. House of the Teachers. No Alexanderplatz. You can access the workshop from the community page on Steam, so you can access it even if you don't own the game, so anyone can look at it. You go onto the game, you click community page from the store, and then in the tabs at the top of it there is one that says workshop, and from there you can search for things and subscribe to them if you want. I'm gonna be really interested in seeing if we can make this work with the small waste storages. I haven't used those at all. I usually plop down a large waste storage and I'm done with it, which we will probably use for a rework of the settlement area. If I get really tall buildings, I will use some of the large waste storages instead. This is so much faster than using a large circle. This is so much faster. And yeah, I haven't used flattening terrain a lot, so this is also new to me. That makes it quite convenient. Did they change the issue of metroways, that for making a joint we need to go to surface? I think that's still that way, so they did not change that, no. Underground you can't make junctions. Maybe there's a mod building where you have multiple inputs and outputs on an end station and then you can use that instead. But there's no tunnel that allows, or bridges that allows junctions, because the graphics would get all messed up, I think. So they don't have that. Okay, where are our road cranes? You know what? Since we have a road crane in there, focus on this and the fire station. There's also a road crane in there. And I saw one in the heating plant, I guess. So we'll focus our microbuses manually a little bit on the buildings that do have road cranes. Gas station is almost full. Yeah, and the bus can just do whatever. This is maybe enough people to run this area without problems. And maybe start getting a collection of higher educated citizens so we don't run into any problems with that. I will also have to prepare the trucks bringing resources to this area. So we need 1 refrigerated truck and 3 covered hull trucks. I think our town is going to be supplied by orange vehicles. So citizen supply is always orange. Fuel supply red if it exists. I don't know why the 1 truck had red available. Do these ones have red now? No. No red on those. Just the fuel truck had red. And this one. So we have electricity. We have water and sewage currently still being built. We have heating, and that should be everything. Then we just need food, clothing, electronics and meat, and we also need alcohol. And the alcohol truck will just have to drive all the time because I don't have... We only have 1 parking lot on the pub, so that's how it is. And there's no factory connection for it, so we can't do anything weird. We'll just get a very small truck bringing in alcohol and that should be fine. If we get a really small truck, the smallest that we can get, then we might even be able to check the checkbox for wait until unloaded. Because it might empty out fast enough where emergency services still find the time to drive in. But I guess I'll just leave the checkbox disabled, it's fine. I'm a little bit worried about the waste storages, but we'll see. I do want to use waste collection points though. So this village will get a waste collection point. So we don't have to use too many trucks. So on the outside back here will be a waste collection point. Alright, let's see if I can make this a nice double curve. That looks nice, I think. So what this is supposed to do is we will tell our technical services to pick up all the waste and dump it in here, and we will have 1 truck in here continuously driving waste to the customs house, and in the future the incinerator. So our technical service vehicles don't have to drive all the way to the customs house. And we shouldn't need fewer vehicles for that. And these ones have the benefit that they do not create pollution if they don't overflow, unlike the dumps. These ones are used to basically remove the waste that is inside of them, if it can be removed. Like if you put mix other waste, if you put ash in there, it'll just dissipate over time. Same in these ones. But these ones preserve the waste, but also don't cause any pollution. Just setting the factory connections as 1 way just for some visual clarity. It's not really necessary, but it's fine. If I want to have a footpath going over there, I might have to go around all of these buildings, or maybe get a crossing, maybe a tunnel in place at some point. What is our construction office for workers doing? Unfinished factory connection. Okay. Maybe I should get more buses. But yeah, if we don't have large distribution offices, I guess we don't have to spend the space on them. We can spend the space on more buildings. More warehouses and storages and road cargo stations. Because they will be necessary. Fire station. Delivering waste to the customs house. Well, once we have this up, we will need one waste truck to pick the materials up from it. But all the other trucks can dump it in there. Hopefully. Almost done with the construction here. And they will finish it. We'll need an ambulance. We're gonna favorite that one. Stick with that one. It's not the fastest one, but I like the look of it. It's a lot of workers. Heating plant, yeah, that's good. Hopefully we'll get a road crane here. 2 of them are on their way, excellent. We only have the fire station and heating plant assigned currently. Which is fine. We'll basically make sure that the fire station is occupied with workers until we have our own citizens living here. And that the construction office bus do its thing. But then again, I would also like to finish this loading station so I can hook up the vehicles to it. So we'll send some workers on that construction site as well. These roads are all built. So we can hook up our waste storages again. I don't think we're going to do recycling in this area, but if we do, we are going to build larger waste storages. So this one, we definitely need recycling, so I will just say this one is all hazardous waste. And that means if a truck goes here to pick that up, they can just go into the storage and have all the capacity for it. I really wish there was a more distinguishing feature for these ones compared to this. This one is just awesome. 10 times the waste capacity, 52 tons of waste versus 2.2. Okay, that's 20 times the capacity. And it's the same building blueprint. It's this one versus this one. It's the same size. It's just... Does it cost more steel? 0.16 tons? No, even costs the same amount. No, yeah. I think they should increase the steel cost price of these. Because the large containers should cost more. So, this is our waste storage for this area. We still need a waste container maybe for the school. The kindergarten can share its waste storage over here. Or we can put it in this area. We'll see. Good enough. Get a footpath approximately here. road cranes. Where are our... oh, there. Yeah. 2 of them are in the heating plant and 1 of them is in the museum. So I guess the road cargo station will have to wait. And we'll build these 2 instead. Get the heating plant up and running. We'll also need a... one dump truck to bring coal over there. Kinda wanna upgrade this gravel. I'll do that later. Still have to build a vehicle repair station, which this town will have to run. And probably a construction office. 1, maybe 2 of them. Small ones, just for maintenance reasons, and maybe a little bit of construction. And a technical service, just so we can get rid of the free ones. I hope at some point the developers add a small technical service in the game. I know there's one in the workshop, I've seen that one being used. But yeah, workshop, I don't know. I'm still not using it. These trucks will maybe go into a gravel quarry at some point. If we're next... like, I had the idea of having a gravel quarry on this mountain, I guess. Which these ones could also work, we barely need any workers for that. We'll see. Pollution could become an issue. Maybe I should get some more road cranes. And just let the workers do whatever they want. No, no. We're going to use tower cranes this time. I want to use more tower cranes. I barely ever use those. Our vehicles are still bringing a lot of resources to areas. Let me grab the first vehicle that is heading back that doesn't have resources on it anymore. You deliver mechanisms, you don't have any assignments anymore. And actually, before you drive there, I need you to bring the tower cranes over. One large one and 2 small ones. I guess just the smaller ones would be the most efficient, but I want some diversity in road crane appearance on construction sites. So they look a little bit different. Okay, gotta wait for the truck to get back here. Already arrived. I was looking at the wrong thing. We don't need to select anything because we only have 1 vehicle type here. And you need to bring them over into this storage. And after that, go back into the depot. So we'll have to send you out 3 times. Actually, no, don't go back in the depot. Just wait until fully loaded. So on the last delivery, we can tell you to finish it manually. And yeah, this is how you get road cranes, tower cranes in realism mode. We need a truck route to the customs house and you buy them in the customs house. The profit for lumber went down. If I check the board prices, it is indeed dropping. But that's normal. It will probably go up again at some point. We do have our board storage filled with a ton of boards. We have, well, 7,000 rubles here in boards. What that means for us is that our construction office carrying open hull resources can be assigned to the board storage. And I will name it as such. So it's easier to recognize when I click on buildings that we have indeed the correct one assigned. So since we have more tower cranes now, and you're bringing the last one, make the last delivery. And I guess you can end your route in there directly and then haul them to construction sites. Since we have that, I think I don't feel a problem anymore just opening up the construction tasks to anything. Because we're probably going to get some cranes over there. And hopefully they will make it nice and efficient to actually run the constructions. It's April. We're almost done with the town, I think. Footpaths look pretty good. We need to get back to the residential buildings to finish their construction for sure. It's taking a little bit. But yeah, with the new tower cranes, things should speed up quite nicely, I think. Our buses. I guess we're bringing a lot of foreign workers to the logging area. Let's take one of the microbuses away from that, so we have a few more that are just... a few more workers that are just able to be picked up to go to the town. I could add more trucks for export here. We'll do that after we have finished the construction of the town, I guess. Next Eastern Customs house is all the way over there, quite far. But we could also pick up workers from Barislav. So that would be just workers for the construction office. They would have to drive along the dirt road, so it could be a little bit annoying. I guess we'll just reduce the amount of workers over here and see if that is enough to speed things up a little bit. So the next resource we are going to do is gravel. And then we should be able to move towards prefab panels with imported cement in the beginning, but at some point we can have a cement factory. Cement would be quite overkill for us early game, especially if we don't have any coal. Museum, heating plant and fire station. I guess... not sure if we're safe on fire. I never feel safe on fire. If something burns down, basically resets all of our progress. I guess we'll just continue on. Once we start having workers in this area, construction will also speed up. But it takes a little while, especially since we built the lumberyard area. I guess I could fast forward a bit. Get some construction done. Here's our museum. No water here. Well, I hope we build the water tank soon. I don't want the water truck delivering water to individual buildings. That is always a little bit inefficient. Here's the water tank. So we also need to hook up the road here again. Otherwise there's not going to be a delivery at all. And did you do the delivery? Yes, you did. I also have to put in some traffic signs at some point, but I guess I'll do that on the main road to make sure things don't slow down too much. Just all the way to the customs house. so that they can get there quite quickly. And maybe here towards the bus stop, but the rest is fine. And then in the town itself. To the bus stop. Alright, back to fast forward. Let's go. Got our party HQ. Definitely don't need that many workers in here. We don't have a settlement yet, so we can't research anything. We don't have people living here, so it's not technically a settlement. Alright, unassign the fire station and the road cargo station and just build whatever you feel like. I guess I said I wanted the road cargo station to be done faster, so I guess we'll send all of the workers to that. And it's done. Both of the shopping centers are done, and we have our road cargo station. Which means we can now start bringing the resources here. We need meat. We need food. Wait until unloaded. And we need 2 more. 1 for clothing. And 1 for electronics. And then we need another small truck bringing in alcohol. And I will try the smallest one available. So basically this one. It's half a ton of alcohol. Should be enough. Okay, you have to refill first. Go ahead and do that then. Okay, turn off people working in this. Make sure that our foreign workers focus on the construction of buildings, right? Okay, this is doing that manually is not what I want to do. I will instead focus you on... Well, I guess we don't have a building that can be constructed right now. Can't get that road out of there. Okay, so you focus on fire station and the heating plant, I guess, for now. We'll get a dump truck. 1 should be enough. And also our small alcohol truck. I will tell it to wait until unloaded, but I will remove that checkbox once we start having people, so the parking space doesn't get blocked. Right now it will just wait in the area until it's needed. I think this isn't looking too bad. 1 space is still free. Food? No, electronics. Okay. Alright. Town supply, no distribution offices needed. Let's see how it will work. We're starting work on 2 residential buildings right now. Well, they keep going with the footpaths, I guess. We'll bring in some coal. I guess our list of transport routes is gonna get quite busy. Maybe it's a good idea to start naming them early, like I did for the foreign workers for logging. let's copy that. Let's remove the extra space. Yeah, I can see how distribution offices make that way easier. They were a good thing. But I guess we have what we have. These gas stations are basically the ones over here on the road. So... and this is the second gas station, which is the logging road on the outside, but still in the same area. Then we have our boards going towards the customs house. And this is our... well, this bus route will not exist in the future, so that one won't be named. I guess I'm gonna start replanting some trees. Once we have the automatic tree replanting, things are gonna look much nicer. And yeah, the trucks seem to be able to keep up because we're not exporting as fast as we could. We'll wait for the building constructions to finish. Let's send some workers here too. Why are these not being built? These ones can be done by machinery. I guess they're building all of these footpaths first. I might need another dump truck for the heating plant, but I think one will be enough. Especially if I get a second one, it would block all the parking spaces, so one will have to do. And then if we need a second one, we will have to build an external storage. But the heat being generated in this area should not be that much. So this is pretty much how far we can go with our houses. Kind of a nice round area around here. And then this extra space could become a gravel quarry with an upward slope, and then putting a quarry in this area into the mountain with a gravel processing plant in walking distance of our houses would work quite well, I think. And only 7 workers. I'll do about 70 work days of labor, so we need a few more workers going here. As soon as we have our first building, I guess we could move people in, theoretically. Oh yeah, this truck is going to be really busy. Even with the wait until unloaded, it might not... it might be too small. Guess we'll see. But alcohol consumption is not that high, so maybe it's exactly right. Well, these roads are not going to be here once everything has been built. We do need the footpaths to be built. Our excavator transportation is insufficient because I moved the truck out of there. I moved it out of the wrong building. That's why no footpaths have been built recently. We are going to move one excavator into the road construction office, so we are splitting up the transportation between 2 open haul trucks for now. Should make things a little bit faster. With the whole footpath construction requiring a lot of excavators right now. But yeah, we should be back on track. I think we're gonna have people move in here this year. I did slow things down a little bit with the mess of excavators not doing anything. But we do have our first building, so all we really need is our first footpath connection. And they can reach everything, heating plant included, so... As soon as those footpaths are in place, people can move in. 50 people. The first set will be regular education, so they can work all the regular buildings. The second one will probably all be highly educated ones, so we make sure that we have enough workers in our party HQ, clinic, school, once the school has been built. And then the third building we'll just probably leave open for now. But we will have to build more houses. And maybe I have to build a green space here. I don't know if these buildings are gonna stay. I might replace them with better versions. We might just... I guess I could build some of the other brick buildings here to increase our capacity quite easily. And then put a green space in the vicinity. Yeah, let's try and build them a little bit closer together, but then create a green space in the area. I don't think I'm going to change the terrain to another texture in this. Looks okay. Maybe for the heating plant it makes sense. I guess it's fine. So, roof construction missing. One more delivery of boards, which is coming out of our own pocket. We're making so many boards, it's crazy. And then sometime next year we will have better trucks exporting boards. We will have very large trucks. Meaning that the two that we have right now we can put back into construction offices. I should also remember to build a construction office here just for maintenance. Basically I want to have a repair station here, 2 construction offices, a warehouse for, well, the repair materials. I don't think a scrapyard here makes sense, but I don't know. It's probably too early for a scrapyard, way too early. We just need to make sure that we keep our vehicles repaired, so they keep functioning efficiently all the time. 13% wear and tear for our construction office bus that we got at the beginning, so it's not too bad yet. But once we reach 5 years, we definitely need the repair station for sure. We also need the waste storage, which would benefit from a road crane. And building that without a road crane is quite poor. What are our road cranes doing? They're not assigned to it. So no, they are assigned. Oh, it's groundworks, never mind. It's done by an excavator. That's why no road cranes are available. We just had a delivery of workers. Okay, so the footpath construction is now back underway, as well as it should be. And if we ever start recycling, we can just build another waste storage here and set that for recycling and leave this one as pure mixed waste, I think. Maybe that's the way to go. I really wish we could turn these ones into a group of 6 containers just for one type of resource. So no waste separation here, but instead of just mixed waste, I could set them to have biological waste in them. I don't know. We could make a nice cluster of these. Different types of waste. Got to go now. Wish you and the rest a nice stream. Maybe see us later in my stream. Otherwise, have a nice evening. Good. Yeah, I'll probably pause the stream in about an hour. And if people want to raid over, I will send them to you if you're streaming. But it would be, of course, a lot of English-speaking viewers. And Berliners is also probably there. But yeah, have a good day, enjoy your Saturday, and enjoy your stream. I will see you later. I assume you're gonna join over to Ach Steffen when my stream ends. Or you're probably gonna watch them in parallel. I will stream for about an hour more, and then I'll take a break. I want to finish this off with having people move in here. Which is, we're basically ready, right? There's not much left. The school can be built by local citizens. We need a connection to the store, but that's basically a footpath construction. We're pretty much ready. You love all my republics. So I need to find a way to make a really, really terrible republic at some point that everyone hates. Road crane and a tower crane. All yours, okay. Well, that doesn't... Yeah, okay. Sure. More water delivery. As more buildings finish construction, the water is being distributed to them. All of your republics. Yours is... Yeah, the S behind yours is... strange. The pay for build. Oh, you mean like quick build. Oh, so I should make a stream of quick building. I should make a Republic stream of easiest game mode, everything disabled, and just play it that way. Yeah, let's do that at some point. I'm gonna make a stream at some point where I will just quick build everything and all of the features are disabled, and we'll see how fast we can set up a town. Where's the unfollow? Well, I mean, it might be a good stream, like maybe for 1 or 2 episodes, just to show how you get into the game quite easily for newcomers, like for people who want to do the game but who don't want to place down waste and water and sewage and everything, who just want to have some people walk around and go into the buildings and go shopping and maybe run a factory. And then they can see how you click that together and then slowly add things as they see fit. Make Soviets the City Skylines play a game? It's not a good idea. I don't know. I mean, the complexity is always there. And I think it's a good idea to get more people involved, even if they don't want to play on the hardest difficulty. I think the game is basically set out to allow for the hardest difficulty and then bring back the difficulty as players want to. Is that how you would recommend a person to learn the play is, to gradually enable more stuff? I learned the game by basically having everything enabled and then throwing myself against it. And playing it in realism mode before realism mode existed, so I basically enabled everything. I disabled the automatic resource purchases, and then I learned how things interacted with each other. But my first city was on quick build with automatic resource purchases, and that works fine. You just have to realize that your first area might not survive, because if you're using automatic resource purchases, the further you get into the map center, the more expensive those will get, because it factors in the distance to the border. My suggestion is to try it with whatever you like. Like, I know when you start a game you probably have no idea what you like, but if you learn that the game is very difficult, then you should probably try it at the highest difficulty, and then roll it back if it's too much. If you like the idea of placing down buildings and watching things work, then you should probably keep most things disabled and give it a try that way. I don't think there's a way to learn it that works for everyone. Definitely play the tutorial. And I guess in the future the best way to learn it will probably be play the campaigns that are being developed, which will gradually bring you into the game. Still waiting to be sold on somewhere, but they're probably waiting till it's official out of beta. I try normal difficulty, where for me means likely everything enabled. Yeah, the link just got removed. It's fine. Also welcome to 610. NG think that when we began to play this game, it was not so much developed like now, so it was more easy as now. Yeah, we basically learned the game as the mechanisms came into play. So we are not the correct person to ask, I guess, what is the correct way, because we learned it with more and more features slowly getting added. Even the heating system can be quite complex as a beginner, because it generates pollution if you have that enabled. It has a heating capacity. Each building has a heat water tank. 3 cubic meters out of 210. So there are a lot of things that interact with each other. And you never really get fully fluent in everything. There's always something that comes back and, okay, how do I do this again? Let me think about it. It's always something. I'm really interested to see if our waste storages will behave the way I think they do. In the past, I think it was maybe 25% of the complexity of today. Well, things also have gotten easier. They added distribution offices. While the distribution office configuration is more difficult, you don't have to worry about a lot of lines. So, some things have gotten easier, some things have gotten harder. In general, things have become more difficult for sure. Yeah, first one, probably leave paying enabled, and if you want to learn everything, just force yourself to disable everything. Like, when you click the first building, make sure to uncheck get citizens, otherwise if you quick build it, it will automatically fill with citizens right away. The realism mode is like a hardcore mode anyway. It's my preferred way to play, but I imagine many people still like to get a town up and running in less than 4 hours. So I like that everything takes a long time and feels persistent, so if you do a mistake, you feel it, you can't just quickly change it. But it's not everyone's cup of tea, for sure. We have 2 more months, well, 1 more month but we did move people in already, so things should be starting to run now. Hopefully successfully. Unless they of course all go into one building only. We're still bringing in foreign workers. I guess we can let them go wherever now, since we're basically up to run this area now. And trying to fill it up with our own workers, phasing out the foreign workers. Own build is not easy to stream. Yeah. I think people want to click down a building and want people moving around as soon as they've clicked down the building in the beginning. So they want to plop down buildings, have the buildings built up automatically and start seeing things interact with each other. Oh, the viewers. Oh, that might be true. Well, then again, yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what viewers want. People have no patience. Well, I do have a few viewers, so I'm very happy about that. So some people want to see that, but I guess it depends. It depends when the game releases, what kind of viewers will be attracted to this. I think it'll be a little bit more hardcore than City Skylines. But even City Skylines seems to have more complexity to it now, so who knows. Hard mode, yeah. Okay, well. No school, lots of food complaints. Oh, we need to enable these buildings again. Whoops. Let's let our people go shopping, please. Otherwise we're gonna lose them right away. And here they go. Excellent. That was a mistake, but yeah, it's solved now. Let's hope that our trucks are enough, but we basically have one truck per resource. Maybe we need a second truck for food at some point for an area, but right now, in this small village, there should be no problem. We'll also build that large residential structure to attract more places for people to live in. I wonder if when it's an official release, the implied politics of the setting makes a lot of social media grumbling. I don't think so. The game explicitly tried to avoid any politics in the game. It's a game about a historic setting, not about current history. But of course, people can always use everything and try to make a fuss about it, so maybe some people will try it. Who knows? People can turn any video game into a controversy, so if right or wrong, there's a potential for it to happen, but we'll see. Do I know Medieval Dynasty? I do have a Medieval Dynasty. Yes, I recently bought it. I haven't played it much. I tried it for an hour. It was very pretty, but I didn't feel like I was into that right now. So yes, I know it. Okay, so school is an issue, culture, food. I should make people not wait at the bus stop. If they can't find anything here, they can't go here whatsoever. Okay, a lot of people use the infinite kilogram that can carry. Yeah, I mean, it's the same in Skyrim, I guess. People like looting stuff, and it makes it easier. They want to focus on a specific aspect of the game rather than every aspect of the game. I like playing workers and resources for the challenge that it presents. But some people like playing it to make pretty cities. I haven't built pretty cities in a long time, and I've recently started trying to do that. So I'm very far behind on that curve. Trying to make, maybe not pretty, but more realistic looking things. One push construction? Okay. Yeah, I mean, things can get repetitive for streamers if you have to watch someone punch a tree for a long time. They want to get to the action right away. This doesn't look right. Well, I mean, it looks fine, but... I guess we can't change it. Oh no, we can do that, I guess. It's not that visible. Okay, I think everything is running, so technically we have a research. Happiness went down because of starvation, a little bit. They should be able to get everything now, except school, which is currently being built. We are not able to build that with our own workers quite yet, because of the low amount of workers that we do have. We have 9 highly educated workers from the migrants that we did get. Which means we have 18% right now, which is not bad. But I would like to make sure that our university education runs without issues, so I will just get 30 more and make sure this runs. Well, I enjoy watching you stream workers and resources, that's what drew me to follow. Yeah. I'm trying to stick with that niche. I definitely don't want to go for huge amounts of publicity. I guess maybe the wrong word. I want to stream what I enjoy streaming, I guess is what I want to say. I don't want to stream what gets the most viewers. I want to stream what I want to stream. I guess if someone wants to stream for a lot of viewers, they also stream what they want to stream, so it is what it is. Oh man. We'll worry about a footpath in this area later. We don't need this road anymore. Got 2 residential buildings. We need a Cold War problems. So, the oil crisis. I mean, more events could be neat. Historic or ahistoric. Lots of variety that could happen. That would add more challenge for sure. I guess we are not building this because it's too far away from the bus stop. I will have to slowly phase out the foreign workers going here, so we'll move some of the microbuses back into storage. Slowly start running everything ourselves. And we need to be careful that we have enough people to run everything, even if we have too many highly educated workers. Otherwise they're just gonna all work in the party official slots and no one's gonna work in the staff slots. Or in the other buildings that are important. Yeah, in the game. Some events in the game, like the oil crisis or things that increase like flavored events basically. You can think of like things that create market fluctuations as historic events. So you could say, okay, the steel price goes up because X amount happened. Or the oil price is going down because more supplies from the Middle East, etc. So there's a lot of things that could be added to spice things up and make it more historic. But I think they're trying to avoid that maybe. Because if they ground it more in history, then I don't know. As you said, people could get flustered by that. Pub is reachable by everyone, but we'll probably have a footpath connection over here, make it more easily accessible. Every time spent walking is a time spent not working, but yeah, we don't really have any work for them except for making sure that the fire station is staffed. There's no real task for them. East food and West food. If import West one, people escape more. Well, that's a political statement, I guess. Eastern potato versus Western potato. West border price is too much cheaper. The Western prices are actually fairly high. It's just that the inflation keeps prices low because in late game, from year to year, prices from the previous year are basically low, so whatever you bought is not as expensive anymore. But with constant prices, you need to be really efficient. I don't know if going for the western border is the right choice, but I want to try it. We can still revert back to the eastern border if things get hairy, so should be fine. We need some of the residential buildings. We need the school so our people can get an education. And then we're ready. Then we have our first settlement fully completed. And we can focus on what is important, as in the repair station. We're ahead of schedule for that. Heating plant. Can people work in the heating plant maybe? Now we're getting to the point where people don't want to work in the heating plant. And we don't have a heat pumping station, so the heat is gonna go down quite quickly. Come on. Will you send some workers here or none at all? Too distant, wait, what? I guess I made a mistake. I made a mistake. We only run the heating plant with foreign workers. That means we have to send all of the workers here to the bus stop before they pick a location to work on. And the workers getting unloaded right now should all go to the heating plant. But any worker from this building will go here and then pick a location. I didn't check the walking distance to the heating plant, I guess. So that one is on me. We'll need a footpath going here. Making sure that they can reach this without too much hassle. But I didn't really leave a room for that, so another problem. Self-made problem to be solved, I guess. We can have that one come through here and then go across here and come down here into the heating plant maybe. I will have to relocate the free technical services, which I will have to do anyway because I want to build in that area. I'll copy the sources, move that building over. Make sure the sewage doesn't go anywhere, that's fine. And this one is for waste transportation, which I guess we can have next to the waste storage here, for now. Copy settings, relocate, 2 kilometers. So this should solve the heating problem for now. But I would like to solve that without forcing the people to walk onto the bus stop first. Because it takes more time that way, and they're a little bit more inefficient. So what I want is basically a footpath going through here into the housing area. Maybe I should have the footpath come through here instead. Maybe this is more worth more, because we're gonna have more housing in this area. So we have our pub, we have this one. We'll have to build this footpath first before we can hook it up. I don't want to hook it up that way. Oh no, it works, but we'll build it first. Otherwise, it will have to be built by workers. Also, no more auto searching for you. We'll assign you manually again, because footpaths should be built by machinery instead. And hopefully this is enough walking distance, but it should be, it's not that far. It's just walking through here and then along the road is the problem, because the road doesn't give you that much walking distance. This should solve it. And then we can unassign this building from the bus stop again, making sure that our workers are a little bit more efficient. Okay, can you build this one, please? High priority. I would like to make our waste trucks more efficient. I mean, the main purpose of this area was also to provide enough workers for construction tasks. So at some point we will have to have one building that always goes to the bus stop, and those workers are then those workers can then be picked up by a construction office. I guess they will just have a dirt footpath here to get to the bus stop later on. It will be this house, they will always go here, and I will set the checkbox of not having any expert workers in this, so if there is space in the building, there will be no experts with higher education moving into this building. But the people in this building can still get a higher education. They are free to do that. Alright. You are assigned. You're bringing workers to a flat, which is fine. Well, if we had the resources for it. But I guess we just changed construction tasks. Alright, and then we'll be able to hook this up with the connection from previously, which was a perfect straight line. Well, okay, mostly perfect. And that should now give us walking access to the heating plant with 300 meters, so that'll be fine. This one supposedly has... oh no, has access to the fire station, not the heating plant. I guess that's... yeah, that's a problem. Because to get to the heating plant they have to walk all the way across here, so maybe even this footpath would have been enough. But I digress. We're just going to build this up, and it'll make it easier for future buildings in this area to get to that place. Another delivery of boards, and we have all the resources we need to finish the third brick flat. And yeah, we'll fill that up with regular migrants. I guess I should leave all of the buildings. No, those ones require higher education workers. If I leave that to max, then this could overfill with too many teachers. So let's restrict that. Schools are very efficient anyway. No one working in the kindergarten right now. Five unemployed people due to that, 7 now, so it's fine. We don't lose too many workers just yet. Well, I guess this footpath is a problem because it's right in place of where I wanted the repair station to be, so I will have to build that somewhere else. We'll make this more of a residential area with... I mean, I guess I could fit the repair station up here and have a road go up there. But then putting the technical service in that area is probably too difficult. Maybe we'll just have the heating plant area go into a repair station over here. I don't know. Heating problems. Yes, the heating is going down. So we'll send all of the workers to the heating plant for now. Okay. 2 workers did not get unloaded, so please unload those. Let's make sure the heating plant keeps operating while we fix this self-made problem. Didn't have any escape yet, only 1 death. Looks fine. So, heating issues are showing up, but they are being handled right now, so as soon as this footpath is up, we'll be fine anyway. And it's finishing up right now, so I can unassign you from the bus stop again. And yeah, once we have this building built and assigned to the bus stop, our construction office that picks up workers could be in this area. Speed things up a little bit, I guess. But that is not super important. No tourists. I guess we could build some tourism. Since we could research that. We need multiple researchers for that though. We need visas. So this doesn't unlock anything. So the first research could be visas, and then the second research could be hotels, for larger hotels. But even a small hotel would be fine. I would prefer making my own food though, otherwise it's not going to be that profitable. Okay, time to phase out another microbus. That means we only have 1 more microbus running here, if I remember correctly. No, we have 2. We have 4 in total. Okay, so the heating plant should be fine now. They can walk here along the footpath easily. As soon as this bus stop stabilizes with our own domestic workers, we will set our construction office to it. Been starting to use Trabant instead of microbus because I think it's more hilarious. Yeah, if you want to fill your roads with a lot of vehicles. I mean, it makes sense, like you send 4 workers to a road construction project every now and then and they'll get it done, it's fine. I forgot what I wanted to do. Oh, I wanted to assign the construction office with the buses to this bus stop. Not at border, but yeah. Yeah, border would be quite difficult. So, a lot of workers here can be picked up by the construction office. And that means any construction inside the town will be quite quick. We're also not going to use any foreign workers for building construction anymore. We might pick up some of these workers to bring them to the logging camp area. All we really need is a few workers going into the wood cutting posts every now and then. And then the sawmill and the fire station. I guess no, I will run this with foreign workers, it's fine. It's more stable that way. I can ensure that no shortage at our town will happen this way. We will have to build the rail construction office soon. Actually, no, that's wrong. We just need to upgrade our vehicles that export boards. I'm waiting for the new vehicles to become available, basically. I don't think I'm gonna move any migrants into this building. I think we'll just wait for population growth to take effect. We already have 200 people. That took way longer in my last series, that's for sure. I think we can probably phase out the microbuses now, right? Since I don't really have an industry. Maybe it's safer to keep them around a little bit. I need some money-making industry other than logging. Logging is not that great right now. It will be once we get the Western vehicles for sure. Should make us a decent amount of money. I guess we'll wait and maybe plan the next settlement. Maybe building a clothing factory at least would be good. Have a clothing factory down here. I could also build a waste incinerator, but I think I'll keep that as an emergency building. We have been using waste incinerators for money-making purposes quite a bit. So maybe it's time to do something a little bit different. I don't think the clothing factory needs to be in walking distance of our town. We can have workers being delivered there by bus, I believe. So it could be down here, in the forest area. We only need to deliver fabric and we need to pick up clothing. It has 2 loading-unloading spaces. But I think I want a warehouse anyway. A small warehouse where we can pick up clothing from. So the fabric would go into the clothing factory, whereas the... No, actually the fabric... No, the fabric would go into the clothing factory, whereas only the clothing would go into the warehouse, I think. Is there a road this way? Maybe. I won't need a bus stop, I don't think. I only want one factory. I don't want a complex. And I will also need a sewage tank now. So I guess the foreign workers from the customs house will actually get sewage handling as well. I did not rebuild the footpath connections here, so let's put them back in place because we are... Oh, we're not out of water. Okay. So the logging area did not drain our water supply that quickly. And then I basically, for the future, probably want the ability to have a road go this way, because there's a lot of open space over there as well. Might be able to build something in that area at some point. Very hard to see because of the trees, but basically curve up here and then go around this mountain. Well, this hilly bit. So this is the road that we will have in this area. Well, we only need to build the one to the clothing factory for now. We'll get that in place. Start producing clothing with excess amounts of workers that are waiting at the bus stop, who might not need to do anything for the time. Either they get picked up by a bus for construction office tasks, or they get picked up for the clothing factory. At some point we will have too many workers in this area, and then those should go into the clothing factory. It's 1962. I don't know when the vehicles become available, but they should be available fairly soon. Open hull. The long haul version. And the wood trailer version if I wanted to export just wood. But I guess we're going to export boards. And if we can't handle everything with the sawmill, then maybe one or two wood trucks. This looks like it's, if this is 65, this looks like maybe middle to end of 62, if I had to take a guess. We'll see. Should become available this year. And then we can start exporting a lot of boards, for sure. Because the carrying capacity will be 3 times that what we're carrying right now. So, gravel industry would be the next goal. What we need is a gravel quarry into a storage. The storage goes into the gravel processing plant. And the gravel processing plant could act as the storage for gravel for now. And it doesn't necessarily make too much pollution, right? Oh, it does make quite a bit of pollution. At maximum productivity. Having the heating plant here and the gravel processing plant over here would put the pollution right over the center of our village, which is not ideal. So maybe the gravel processing plant should be in this area instead. Would focus the pollution over here and maybe spare our houses a little bit. But the stone quarries could be anywhere. We would have trucks driving the quarried stone into the storage. Let's see. I guess we're going to start the tunnel on this elevation. We're going to move this terrain a little bit back. But the tunnel will start at this height. Road comes through here, enters the mountain, and comes out this side. Probably about here. I don't think we can flatten this, we need to move our vehicles closer, but let's try. Alright. So we'll just relocate some free vehicle depots in this area, and then we can flatten the exit on the other side of the mountain. Any problems? Oh, one thing I forgot. Monument. And I guess an indoor sports facility would be nice, but I think they'll manage for now. But a monument definitely is necessary. I think maybe this area up here could do. That seems like it's nicely placed to cover everything if we put a large concrete monument there. I would like that one to be on the same height as the buildings, but centered. It's really difficult to see in winter. Alright, so basically this way. Otherwise the loyalty is just gonna keep dropping and we're gonna run into a bad time fairly soon. I'll also get a tree here at the corner. Vehicle repair station should be built, I believe. %. I mean, we could wait. It's nice to have it though. It's nice to be prepared. I think a small vehicle repair station will be enough. Doesn't create any pollution. So a vehicle repair station with a warehouse probably. I guess down here is fine. Maybe a footpath can be made so it's accessible easily. I don't expect to require cold storage behind this. Oh man, this one... Okay, this one will also need a lot of trucks because we can't have a distribution office bringing stuff here. So I guess instead of a warehouse, another road cargo station would be enough. Road cargo stations are going to be our friend, for sure. And then maybe a technical service tucked in to this area at some point too. If our bulldozers are in place, then we can flatten this area out. So we will need a road cargo station. I guess we'll just place it here. Right against the building. And then the technical service maybe we can fit that in range of the repair station. How are you gonna react if I flatten from center? Yeah, it's gonna reset a little bit, but this helps quite a bit. Alright, road cargo station and repair station. How many resources do we need in this? And how many parking spots does it have? We need plastics, mechanical components, electronic components and fabric, and steel. We do not need electronics for ground vehicle repairs. So basically we need 5 resources. We have 2 parking spots for vehicles. And so we have our road cargo station for the warehouse import resources, and we can bring the steel directly to the building, I guess. Also don't need any aluminium. Workers will need to walk here. Can we get them to walk here? That's another question. The answer is yes, 2 houses can walk here. If we build it like that. Okay. That means all we need is a plan for the technical office, I guess. Make sure this area keeps on running. And yeah, having it in range of the repair station will be a little bit efficient. That will be nice. I also need to make sure that I can fit the road through here. We'll have the road come through this way. Will be the same. Can reach everything as expected. Electricity is present. And yeah, that should allow us to store all of the resources for repairs, each one being their own truck again. But we could use smaller trucks, I guess. We need a lot of mechanical components, but the other materials could be smaller trucks. It is going to try and fill the storage completely, which is a downside of having no distribution offices, I guess. It will try and fill everything to the maximum. I don't know if you can share resources on a truck. Like if I had a truck, could I say you carry part that, part that? Probably not. I would need to test that. excavators, go here. So if I tell you customs house load, maybe it works. Maybe we don't need the road cargo station. I guess, no, we do need the road cargo station, but yeah, maybe it works. Maybe we can try it. You can share the load order, but it has already got goods on it. I don't think it will consider the ratio of what it's already on the truck. I think it does, but we'll see. Basically, I wanted to load an even amount of all of the repair materials, so it doesn't overfill the storage all at once, but it gradually will fill it up. We'll see. I don't want to spend 4 trucks on this. I mean, I could do this. I could try the same with the clothing and electronics truck. After you're done unloading, you will go into storage. And the clothing truck will do the same. Maybe you don't even need the road cargo station if that works. Maybe you can just have 2 trucks. Well, I guess no, for this you need the road cargo station. Otherwise, this is occupied. But if you had a small shopping center, you might be able to share all 3 resources in a truck, giving 50% to food, 25% to clothing, 25% to electronics. And then, as you said, the question is, if it goes to the customs house, does it reload everything abiding by the stuff it already carries, or does it reload everything based on the percentage setting? Because I think we are setting this limitation on how much it can carry, not on the limit, not on the percentage. So, unlike workers, workers are based on percentages. This one you set a limit of, I only want this amount of resources. And the question is, does it mix resources? If it does, it should work. It shouldn't be a problem. Advanced setup for how much it holds. Yeah, that's the one I was wondering about. Got our new house, 4 people already moved in, 147 workers. That means I did not fill up this house completely. Yeah, because I've moved in 30 highly educated workers, 1 left, and then 14 regular workers moved in. Okay, seems to be working okay now. Since we have our own workforce, I guess the auto search for our buses can be enabled again. And they did build the waste storage here, so waste delivery of mixed waste and hazardous waste goes here. The rest can go directly to the customs house, I guess. No, all of it should go here. Any type of waste goes here. And then we have 1 truck keeping this one emptied, because I don't think we need more than 1 truck making sure that the waste stays unloaded. That should be enough. It should centralize our waste disposal into the storage. If we need more, then we can build another one attached to this. But I don't think we're going to generate too much waste. At least not with that few people that we currently have. Loading like 30% total capacity. If it didn't find enough of one thing to fill, then it used other goods to get to capacity. Okay. So it wasn't ever in proper ratio, but it was low capacity flow, so I could just keep an eye on it myself. Okay. Well, we'll try it. I will leave the food truck as its own truck, but I want to try it with the clothing and electronics, I guess. I would like more sellers here, if you please. Thank you. Seems okay. A lot of people are probably trying to work in the university. We need to make sure that that one starts up and running well, and we give students the education that they deserve. I should probably build a hall of residence to make sure that our education keeps running without problem. Oh god, they are... No, maybe not for the village. Not for the village. We build that in our second town, where we will have to get a technical university. And we will build halls of residences around that one. Are forklifts also not allowed in this, or is that a minor exception to the rule for distribution? Forklifts and technical services are allowed. So, forklifts are basically a specialized building that basically otherwise complex factory connections could be a bit weird. So I have a way to hook up large shopping centers to a warehouse and a freezer. Otherwise I would need to use trucks for everything. So the last bit of delivery I will be able to use a factory connection with a forklift if I want to. I think that makes sense. So the microbuses that we have will be used to ferry workers to the clothing factory, I think, in the future. And we can balance the amount with the microbuses. And if everything fails and we don't find a use for them anymore, we can at some point scrap them. I think our first large town will probably also handle a scrapping facility. Or maybe our current village will grow to the size that it will handle scrapping and we won't put gravel production in this area. That might be too much pollution, who knows. Life expectancy is down to 74.6, so they are feeling some effect of pollution, but not too much. Forklift going to meat storage warehouse to supply grocer. To supply a grocer? Wow. Okay. For these buildings, I think if you have a distribution office, that's enough. But I guess, yeah, if you want to be really efficient, meat transportation could be its own could be attached to it. And then forklifts. I will use forklifts for these things if I start building shopping centers. There was a time when the grocer had 2 connections actually. Oh no, the small shopping center had 2 connections, so you could easily hook up both types of buildings easily, without problem. But those days are gone. Only 1 factory connection for all of them. We'll get the repair station in place and make sure our vehicles are always functional. And there's not going to be any problems with them whatsoever. We'll have to supply the resources here. And if it works with the clothing and electronics, then one of those vehicles will be able to handle everything, I think. We could combine food, clothing and electronics into the same vehicle, I guess. Alright, this one is standing here. Yeah, consumption isn't that high yet, but as the population grows in the area, consumption will go up. And I guess we can measure our population by... If this one starts running all the time, then we might have too many. I will have to worry about police as well soon at some point, but not right now. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for now, for today's stream. So we are going to put a cut in here. We got our first settlement. We have our plan for the second one. Probably have to build a Snaker Road connection through here to make it work. And then build a tunnel as soon as we get our money earning processes set up. We're still building the clothing factory. All resources have already been delivered. But since we're building it with domestic workers, it will take a while. And hopefully we'll start making some money by then. This is the same corner of the map that you are playing also on, Baroslav. Yeah. I wanted to start focusing on the western border instead of the eastern one and see what kind of difference that makes economy-wise. I think it will make oil-based products and lumber-based products way more profitable. But if the same thing happened like last time, where coal suddenly started becoming way more expensive, maybe that can also become a resource. Because we're starting to import coal right now. Who knows if the price is going to shoot up? We might have to research coal just to be safe. Right now we're importing from the eastern border, but if we start importing from the western one, who knows what could happen to the market. But yeah, as I said, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be back later at some point, continuing with this run. But for now, I wish you a good Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, wherever you are. Take care, all the best, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time.